All right, Chris Speaks here tonight with Ed Millner, otherwise known as the Captain. The YouTube show here. Some people might think kind of a bit of a shock jock. Likes to take on some controversial subjects that probably most people would shy away from. I enjoy listening to most of his shows. I agree with him on a lot of stuff. Sometimes I think he's a little harsh on some things, but I can appreciate a man who speaks his mind and you know where he stands, other than somebody that um, wants to give you two different faces. Ed, how are you, man? Thanks for coming on.
I'm great, man. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate you.
Well, yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, man. Like I said, I've been following some of your shows. You got a very interesting show there. I've noticed that, and I mean, and it still is in today's society for some reason. You cover a lot of topics dealing with race. Is the race issue, racial problems, as bad as what the media makes it out to be? Or
Um, I would say no. Um, as far as just everyday life, most people, black, white, the whole racial thing is like a really interesting concept because to me, I don't like the black and white race thing because we're all human
Mhm.
race. So there's no difference between you and me, right? Like just because
Right,
my dad may be a different shade than you, and then I'm a different shade than you, doesn't make me different than you. We both got a heart, we both have a brain, we both have hands, feet. We're both humans, right? So neither one of us is an animal. So we have more commonalities than we have differences. And
true.
I think that most people in society, they are able to deal with other people and there's not an issue. Like most people don't really see black and white and try to like hone in on that in everyday life. The media wants to pick out certain instances of disagreements within black and white and then put that in the forefront for everybody to see. And so now it becomes something that we all notice and recognize. And also another big part of it is schooling. Schooling teaches you to notice racism, understand that 50 years ago, 60 years ago, there was Jim Crow and that type of
Yeah,
thing. And so it embeds a belief into your mind that at least at one point, black people were inferior to white people. And
right.
so now those kids have that in their mind growing up. And so any instance of something where they can kind of point out and say, oh, that happened because I'm black and he's white or whatever. So now they're noticing it. But for the most part, most people don't really recognize it until the media really puts it out there and makes it be polarizing.
It's interesting that you said that because that's got me to thinking. A statement that was made a few weeks ago. Who I've always been a fan and still am, and pulling for him. But Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, he made the statement. Y'all didn't want it a black man to do it, and I thought, man, 40 years ago, maybe you could have said that. But there's
Yeah,
nobody that was pulling against you because of the color of your skin, okay, Dion? I mean, the way that
right.
you was doing stuff, but when you had guys that come out, like Art Shell was the first black head coach, and those guys, that's a whole different, uh, you know, thing there. And when he says something like that, and he's coaching these young players, that just passes on it to another generation.
Absolutely. I don't. I mean, let's be real. Coach Deion Sanders, before he was coach, he was prime time Deion Sanders on the football field.
Yeah,
Who celebrated him as a player? Like who paid his bills? Majority white people. Okay, let's just be real. I mean,
yeah,
if the NFL only had black people come to games and buy memorabilia and merchandise, it wouldn't be the $1 billion industry that it is. Let's be real. White people carry it. So here he is being a player. Now he's coach, and now he's at a 90% white school, Colorado. Who's coming to the games?
oh,
Who's buying the merch? Like it makes no sense for it to be a black white thing when like white people. I can see if white people were not at the game because they're like, oh, he's black, so I'm not gonna come to the game. That's not the case.
Yeah,
They
both.
just sold out every game.
Yeah, like I said, Boulder's 99% white. It's funny you said that. I made a tweet back when or a Facebook post back when Dave Chappelle came up under so much scrutiny because of his transgender joke.
Yep.
And I said, okay, if you want to do that, then let's all white people boycott Dave Chappelle's show. Let's see how quick they get him back on there. Because if the white people start going to a show, they're going to lose a lot of money quick. Let's face it. Hold on a second. Hey, I put him outside. White men are the only people in society today that's okay to make fun of, and we ain't that funny.
I don't know, man. We had a great one, man. Norm Macdonald. I don't know if you ever followed him, man, but Norm Macdonald was the GOAT.
Macdonald, man. Norm Macdonald was great.
Yeah, he was awesome, man. I love him.
Hold on one second. I'll stop this recording just one. And speaking of that, when Dave Chappelle made those comments, he didn't say anything that was hateful. He didn't say anything that would incite violence. And and exactly what was talking about, I believe, one of his friends, and the media just turned that into something that, they was trying to hang the man, and that's a question that I have. I hate to sound bad, but the trans movement was just something that was kind of pushed on us that I don't think we had enough time to really get used to the idea. Because it's like I woke up one day and the whole world had changed.
Yeah.
And the thing that kind of bothers me is I heard them making some comparisons, and they was comparing their struggle to the civil rights movement. And I was like, there's no way you can compare those two together. There's something that's just popped up over the last few years. There's something with 500 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow. Now the civil rights movement led to them having these types of rights, but you can't compare the same struggle.
No. Nor is it okay. I can't stand when they try to piggyback on the civil rights movement. It's totally different. Okay, number one, you, me, our dad, mother, grandparents, so on and so forth, we don't choose how we come out of the womb. Okay, we don't choose. When I say that, I mean our skin tone, skin color. Right. We can't help that, but we can help our lifestyle of who we sleep with, or even you can help who you're attracted to a certain extent. So trying to pit a lifestyle choice, being a trans person, is not the same. It's not even in the ballpark. It's apples and oranges compared to what you're born as, like a male, female, and then being born. You're born male and female. You don't choose that, nor do you choose your color. But we're able to change gender, allegedly, right? Change gender. But if you were to try to be a black man, would that be accepted? No, it wouldn't be. Yeah. You would have a heavy pushback, right?
Right.
If I tried to be a person from the Middle East, okay, I may look like an Arab, but if I go over there and try to assimilate myself into their lifestyle and their culture, I would be rejected because I don't know anything about their culture. But it's funny how you can change your gender though. Like that's celebrated. It's absolutely insane, and it's not civil rights at all.
No, I that bothered me when they first started bringing that up. And like I said, it just seemed like it was overnight this happened, and I was like, what happened? What the hell happened overnight? I remember when Bill Clinton passed the Don't Ask, Don't Tell thing. And talk about controversial, and it really wasn't anything that gay people have been in the military plenty of years, just hadn't said anything. It was really a symbolic move. I mean, that was controversial. Now we've got this, and don't get me wrong. If somebody wants to live their life that way, that's fine. But when it comes to that, you're crossing over into my lane, is where I start having the problem with. I don't, I don't want that to be shoved down my throat. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, and I may
Yeah.
sound big. I don't want to. I may sound bigoted by saying that.
Look. Well, hold on a second. Well, I'll one up you on that. I'll say this right here. Does it? Does what people do behind closed doors affect other people? Yes, it does. Here's why. Imagine you are on living in where you live, and let's say 3 houses down from you, there happens to be someone that's a meth dealer, right? They're cooking meth in their home.
Mm-hmm.
Does that affect you? Yes, it
Yes.
does. Here's how. If they were to mix the wrong chemicals together and it ignites, right? Explodes, it possibly could affect your home. Okay. Not only that, but when they're selling drugs in the neighborhood, now there's constant the wrong people coming in and out of the your street where you live at. So that ups the crime. So what happens behind closed doors does impact us, our everyday lives, whether we want to notice that or not. Now, when it comes to the trans people, it affects us because when I'm raising my children and they understand that there's men and women, they understand this from a young age. My kids, when they see somebody that's a little bit can't really tell,
Yeah.
they look funny and they ask questions. Kids
I
are
well,
very observant and they
yeah.
catch on to things. So if they're learning there's boys and girls, there's men and women, and then they're going to the store and there's a man that's 6'5", 285, and he's got long hair, some nails, he's got lipstick and a wig on and stuff, they're gonna be very confused. So now it's affecting my child because now they're getting confused about what they're looking at right now. And not only that, now you have teachers in the classroom like this. Now you have people who are in their daily lives that are trying to help mold them as people, and they're looking at a man that's want to be a woman or a woman that wants to be a man, either way, and it's confusing them. So it used to be okay. This whole gay rights thing is interesting because I remember I was born in '88. I
I'm
remember in the
76.
'90s, the first thing they said was they preached tolerance. I remember this. Tolerance, tolerance, tolerance. That's all they talked about. Tolerate them. Then in the 2000s, they upped the ante. It went to, okay, now you got to accept them as being gay. It went from tolerance to acceptance. Then in Obama's administration, now they get married. So we went from
Right.
tolerance to acceptance to marriage. Now we've expanded that. Now there's not only trans adults, now you have children at age of 2 that they're saying that they
Yeah.
want to affirm them as being the opposite gender. So, and what I've been saying this, I'm gonna keep it clean, but I've been saying this right here. The goal is to get to where an adult can do something with a child and it's
Oh, I've
legal.
been saying that for the last 5 years. That the next thing
That's
you're
where
going
we're
to
headed
have,
to.
I've been saying that for the last 5 years that there's going to be a defense that I was born that way, so that makes it okay for me to do that. I agree with you 100%. That's coming next.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for at least 5 years. So yeah, I'm right with you on that. I can see that coming, and there are actually some psychologists out there who are saying that right now. In some of these seminars, and it's one thing I want to touch on before I forget to. When you're talking about your children, when they came up with this drag queen story hour, where to these kids. So I had a heated discussion with somebody that one night, and they was calling me a bigot. And I said, well, look, I don't think there should be stripper story hour for
Right.
kindergartners either. I don't think we should be sexually exploiting children at 6 or 7 years
Right.
old. That's just not the right thing to do. So I was totally against that. Um, it's I don't know, and I'd like to know who in the hell signed off on letting this take place in college athletics or any type of athletics, because I'm seeing these men come here wrestling these women, and I probably if that was my daughter and some man, you would hear about it because it'd be all in the news about this
Yeah,
crazy guy came out of the stands. You know, if you want to fight a man, I'm going to fight a man. But I mean, who signed off on that?
man, I really I think that it comes down to I think it comes down to I mean I want to simplify it to corruption, obviously, but there's I think people are afraid. I think that these corporations, when it comes to these athletics, these corporations are afraid to push back when it comes to too much of anything. Anything that they get a big backlash for, they back off and they just let it roll. Like
Well, who
it,
was
it
some of their marketing people? Because when Bud Light decided they wanted to go away from, you know, your average redneck NASCAR driver to target, you know, 1.5% of the population, I mean,
yeah.
who did they run that by? You didn't have a test group?
Well, what they said was the people here in Alabama. I remember when it happened in the Alabama president or VP or whatever, a Bud Light here, Budweiser, put a statement out and said we didn't have we didn't have anything to do with that. We didn't sign off on that. That's somebody some other department somewhere. It had nothing to do with us. But it's like you work for Budweiser, so you guys are all under the same umbrella, and clearly they try to sweep it under the rug and make it seem like they didn't pay that guy Dylan, that man Dylan, money or something like that. But it's like he did get paid. He got a paid endorsement. If you on his Instagram, it literally says that you guys you guys paid him to advertise. So you can't skate off of this. This is what you guys are doing.
And you know who I
But
feel so bad for is the merchandisers. You know, the guys who go and stock the shelves because they
yeah,
had nothing
and
to do with
I
that.
know them guys too, man. I used to work in retail at Dollar General, and I know a lot of those guys, man. I know they were hurting, man. But I mean, I was gone by the time I left DG before that whole incident happened. So, but it would have been interesting to talk to those guys and see what they were having to do as a result of what the higher ups did.
So let's go back. You mentioned the Obama administration a while ago. Um, you know, where's Obama going to rate at in history? Um, you know, because there was no way. I said when he got elected, and he came in with like 78% approval ratings. There's no way anybody could have ever lived up to that. You know, I mean, so where's he going to rank at? I mean, is he a mediocre president? Was he a bad president? Is he going to rank? I don't think he's going to rank over the tops. I mean, but I mean,
You said Obama,
yeah, what kind of president do you think he was?
man, terrible. At the time before Biden, he was probably he's the worst of my lifetime, easy. But I mean, all I saw was Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, but or and now Biden. But I think Obama was gonna be one of the worst because the man was a lot like people want to try to paint him as this cool, smooth, great talking guy, intelligent. The dude was a compulsive liar. Um, I mean, the guy constantly lied. He came in the office in '08 and said, "I believe in marriage between a man and a woman." And then
I
second
remember that in
term, what do he do?
debates.
Executive order, same sex marriage. He lied about that. He lied about Obamacare. He said that people would be able to keep their health care. And then what happened? People got dropped. Then they mandated it. So you had to pay a fee. What they call it?
Yeah, they gave you a fine for not
Fine. Yes, they get like $1,000 or $2,000 or something. So
yeah.
the man was the man was terrible. I mean, he just was.
And he got so many free passes on stuff like the Fast and the Furious selling arms to
Yes,
Iran and
I
Benghazi.
remember that.
They gave
I
him
thought
so
about that a
many
lot.
free passes on stuff. And people don't realize this right here too. But when they the only person in when they had the witch hunt about the Russian investigation, investigations. The only person that was that they accused of obstruction of justice came from the Obama administration for actually bugging Trump Towers.
Yes,
People don't
absolutely.
know. Yeah, people don't know that.
Man, the list goes on and on of things that occurred under that administration. And then let's not forget when Biden was the VP under Obama, he had the dealings over there in Ukraine. He actually did the quid pro quo with the prosecutor over there, because the prosecutor in Ukraine was looking into Hunter Biden and their dealings with Burisma, and he openly said in an interview, "Yeah, I put pressure on them guys because they need to get rid of that prosecutor." And then what happened? Prosecutor got fired.
You know, also up under him, America lost 23% of their wealth.
Yeah, China, man, just giving it, let China do whatever they want to do. Really, the rest of the world, man, we give so much money, and especially under Obama. I remember he gave like $6 billion cash money to Iran.
I remember that. I mean, I remember that. You know, I don't
I mean, we
understand.
can go down, man. The list goes on, man. We're thinking about things like one after the other of things that happened, that things that he did to put us in a worse position than we already were. America should be a very respected country, and during Obama's
We got
administration
that
and now
back for a
Biden,
moment.
we're not respected, man.
No, we're not respected. We're not fair. We had got that back for a moment. You know, we had that momentarily. You know, you ever want to
Yeah,
get a liberal upset, start talking about Trump, and he did start naming the things they promised he was going to do, and he did. Um, you know, like got us out of the TPP. Um, uh, 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 the trade thing with China, move
yep,
the capital to Jerusalem. I mean, as far as keeping his promises,
yeah.
the
Mexico building a
media,
wall.
the
He had
media,
Mexico put troops on the border.
the media portrayed that. Man, I remember when he was so angry in that first debate. You could just see in his face because the media lied about everything that went on. You know, they blamed him for COVID and everything went on. He did every damn thing that Fauci told him to do.
Yeah, he did.
Shut the government down during the worst, I mean, the record economy. And I mean, you asked me, I mean, he had GM that was making ventilators,
Yep,
and the
sure
media would
were.
put the spin on it.
They built a makeshift hospital on a ship off of New York coast. Didn't even use it.
Now, I got a question for you. Why? Because I remember Trump from, you know, the 80s. Why do you think that Trump played to some of these white supremacists?
What do you mean played to him?
Well, like I remember one time during the debates, they asked him to denounce the Proud Boys. And he wouldn't, and he said, "I'll just tell them to stand back, but stand by." And I was
Those
like,
aren't white
"Man,
supremacists though.
well, I mean, that they weren't the Proud Boys were not white supremacists."
No, the leader was a Cuban guy, Enrique Tarrio. He's Cuban. They have
Well, I must.
Hispanic guys, black guys. They got Asians. They got everybody in that group.
Well, what?
That's like a fraternity.
How was they portrayed as that then? Because that's the I got to plead ignorance here
Media.
and just stupidity because that's the only thing I ever listened to and heard. And I just assume I never really looked it up for myself, so I got to just plead
Yeah,
ignorance on that.
that's the media. That's the media. The media manipulates people into believing something, and unless you really do research and really look it up, I mean, if you go by the media, man, you believe all kind of stuff that's not true. But yeah,
Oh
they're not white supremacists at all. No, neither
yeah,
are
okay.
the Oath Keepers.
Yeah, I've I wrote something the other day that said if the title of it is if the media it says it's true, it's probably not. And I think I put it in the end. If Don Lemon told me the sun rose in the east and set in the west, I'd call him a liar. I mean, because we have no honest journalism out there anymore. This Anthony I can't even think the guy's last name. When his song came out and the BBC and the liberal media immediately called it, started, the white alt right group, the white nationalist power group, and I'm like, where are they getting this from? And, and I seen all the black folks that was, were reacting to the song, but there was no racism in that song at all.
Not at all,
I
man.
mean,
Yeah, you talking about Oliver Anthony.
Oliver
I
Anthony.
mean, you know what, man? He's a good old country boy. From I forget the name of the town in Virginia, over there in South Virginia. Real country. Anytime that it's a white guy, he's country, he's more conservative. He's got common sense is conservatism nowadays, right? So
Right.
if you have common sense, they're gonna try to put you into that box, and they want you to be. They want to smear your name, and so they wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill his rise for a couple reasons.
Oh.
Number one, he's an independent artist that wasn't assigned to a big label. That's a big part of this too that people might not realize. They threw like $8 million at him to sign him. Now, if he signed that contract with whatever company, they're going to control his music. That's part of the contract. He won't be making Rich Men Go
He's
to
probably
Richmond.
already made more than that.
Well, yeah,
I mean, that thing.
I mean, he's gonna come out better doing it himself, but also he has the creative control to make the music he wants to make. With them labels, they control you.
When I first heard the first lyrics come out of his voice, I could hear the power and the emotion. This wasn't just somebody singing. This man was singing from his soul.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, that moved me. And then when I heard him when he said politicians ought to take care of minors instead of minors, I said, oh my God, he went there. What a way to bring awareness. I mean, he went there.
Yep.
Um,
that man had some bars in there, man.
I mean, yeah. I mean, when he hit the part about the taxes not paying for fudge rounds, it's like, yeah. I mean, he was speaking the truth, man.
Yeah, he
and
was, man. He put a lot in that song,
and they tried so hard.
Everybody can relate to it. That's the thing about it, man. Everybody can relate to it, no matter what skin color, nothing. Everybody that's like the common man, common woman, we understand what he's saying.
Because he says it right there. People like me and people like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he says it right there. I mean, it was, and I did a whole article on that. It was going about how the wages have went down since the 80s and 70s. But let's talk about something else from it since we was on President's a while ago. What did you think? I was one of the only people, everybody told me I was crazy, but I said it at the beginning, and even election day, I said Trump was going to win. What do you think about Hillary Clinton?
Can't stand Hillary Clinton, man. She's a huge panderer. When I say panderer, I mean this lady. I've seen her. I mean, we all heard her talk, right? But I heard this lady go to a function like at a church or something, like a black church. Like everybody around was like, black people. She changed the way she spoke. She turned into a Southern Baptist black lady with her dialect. And it's like, why are you changing who you are, lady? And then she went to the Breakfast Club. That's a huge urban radio station in New York. She went on there. Everybody's black is more hip hoppy, and she's like, "Oh, I keep hot sauce in my bag," and that's like a thing. That's like a little slang. And it's like, why are you saying this? You're only saying that because you're trying to. You think that black people are so dumb that you can just say you got hot sauce in your bag, and we're supposed to be like, "Oh, she's hip. We're gonna vote for her."
Do you remember when she made that comment about CPT?
What is it now?
You remember when she made that comment about CPT? She was late to some kind of event. She said, I'm on CPT.
Oh, man, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, go look that up, man, because she said that, I swear. Because the black folks taken back. You said that about her going to that thing. To me, it reminded me of Dukakis in the Tank. But up there in the final days, going with Trump, when she was up there on stage with JC and Beyonce, she looked so damn ridiculous up there. A 70-year-old white woman with these young black rappers. She looked so out of place. I mean, just that was a horrible look for her.
Yeah, but here's the thing about it. most people in that culture, they recognize what she's doing, but they are so beholden to the Democratic Party, they'll still go out there and vote for this lady. That's the scary part, because they recognize what she's saying and doing and won't vote. I mean, they'll go and vote for her. But when Trump says something like, he said, vote for me, what do y'all have to lose?
What do you have to lose?
All of a sudden, they're like, oh my God, the audacity. It's like, he's not lying to you. You don't have anything to lose. Why not give him a vote? You've been voting for Democrats for the last 50 years. Do something different. And it's like, but when Biden comes along, he says, if you ain't black, I mean, if you vote for Trump and not Biden, you ain't black.
Yeah,
And it's like, people they
yeah.
realize that, but it's like they still gonna vote for the man at like 90%, a 90% clip. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll say this right here in Biden's defense. That could have went two ways. It all depends on who the guy answering the question was. Because I know black people that laughed hysterically when he said that. And then I know some people got offended about it. If the guy would have laughed, it would have never looked as bad as when Biden said it. But it was still a stupid comment for him to make.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, I couldn't believe he said that. But but you mentioned the Democratic Party. That's a good question. Why is it? I mean, every 4 years it seems like the Democrats come to the black community and throw them some scraps, and like you said, they religiously vote for them. And still after all these years, the poverty. I mean, the lack of getting a quality education. They've done nothing to help black people rise out of this. I mean, granted,
Yeah.
Lyndon Johnson, I'll give him credit. Civil Rights Act. I mean, he tried to do stuff, but since then, I mean, it's been nothing but just lip service.
Yeah, I think that I know that I think the consensus is that people looked at the Great Society Act and looked at what he's did with the welfare state and all that, and said that was something positive for black people, to give them a hand up or whatnot.
Oh,
I see that different. I see it as, I think that the plan was to give them certain things like food, shelter, the basics. In exchange, we're gonna take the man out of the home. Now, this affected not only black people, this affected white people too. That's what a lot of people don't want to talk about that, but white people were affected as well. Okay, there are white people who are poor. Okay, very poor.
Oh yeah, there's more white
You know
people.
what I'm saying? Yeah. So it affected white people, but black people got more affected because you couple the poverty with the lack of men and lack of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Black people went from a 80% marriage in like the 40s. Once the 70s hit, it went down to like 30%. And now it's like 20, 22, 25% single households, single mothers. When you do that, I think that was the plan. I think the plan was take men out of the home. And what you do is you make black people, white people, Asian, whoever, you make them dependent on the government, which makes the government bigger and more powerful and have more control. That was the goal. And so now we see a huge government. I mean, government controls all kind of stuff. I mean, they got to the point now where Obama did Obamacare, like government health care. Like it's gotten bigger and bigger, and it's only going to get bigger. COVID helped them expand more. There'll be something else that's going to come along where they're going to expand even more. That's the whole goal.
That's an interesting
welfare state and all that was just a piece of the pie.
About the man not being in the household, because without a man there to give that, I mean, let's face it. I mean, the man's got to be there to kick some ass sometimes. I mean, if it wasn't for my dad knocking me around, there's no telling, what I would have been. Some people might not like that, but I deserved every one of my got. You mentioned that about the government control. I mean, every president that we've had since the beginning when we started, it was supposed to be less control. They have increased the power of the presidency. I mean, when is I mean, what is next? I mean, are they going to start taking what? I see with police, we're now using drones to spy on people.
Yeah, they sure are. They're doing all they're doing all kind of things. Like not only with the police, you got San Francisco, they've got these little vehicles that drive around with no person driving it. And they deliver food and all kind of things. Like how easy is it for them to put like a camera in that little car or whatever that is that goes around to deliver things and they're videoing everything. So it's all about data, right? It's all about data. They do things to get more and more data on people to know our everyday lives, to know how many times a day are we going outside, going at home? How many times do we go to Walmart? How many times do we do this and do that? Get online and go to certain websites. Like they keep track of everything.
I got a phone call during COVID one day, and it was from the pharmacist. And they said, "Hey, we've noticed you haven't came in and got your vaccination. Would you like to schedule?" I said, "Well, how did you know that that I hadn't came in?" I was like, "No, and I don't. I'm not taking that vaccination. You can keep that. I'm not being one of your guinea pigs." Um,
Yeah.
let me ask you something else. I wrote something the other day, and some people understood. I mean, I have a unique writing style of, I like to play those sides out there, and I was writing about the alt right, and I was comparing, and I was making a comparison of populism, and I brought up Black Lives Matter in there. I mean, what's your opinion on that? I mean, because I think this group started off with good intentions, and then it's just ran out. So many people got $1 million houses now. They're taking advantage of folks. I mean, what happened there, man?
So they didn't start out with good intentions either.
You don't think so?
No, not at all. Not at all. That once again, it was a planned thing. This was orchestrated. So Patrice Cullors, who was one of the founders and one of the presidents or whatever, her and three other women started it. Okay. Now they started it, and from my understanding, they took the name from a different group that already existed. But that's different. That's a different story. I won't go down that road. But they got started. Now from what she said, okay, Patrice Cullors said this. They are trained Marxists. What are Marxists? They are individuals who want big government. They're an arm of the government. So when they were fundraising based on certain black people, because they say Black Lives Matter, but it's only certain black lives that they care about.
Right.
You had to be killed by a police officer, or you had to be killed by some white man. That's the people that they focused on, because that's what the media is going to
Me's going to
focus on,
focus
right?
on. Yeah.
They're all in
Right.
cahoots. All this is by design. It's not an accident that the media only covers what they cover. So they understand this, so they cover those deaths. Now, when they make the money, they were sending a bulk of their money to the Democratic Party directly. Also, they were pocketing the money. So these families that they were using, the deaths of George Floyd and Tamir Rice, Mike Brown, et cetera, those families were left high and dry. They didn't get any money.
Really?
All right. It never was supposed to be for that.
So do you think they have food? They've tricked some people, some people who think they're doing the right thing.
Some.
Okay.
So I would say some local chapters, maybe they do believe, but even a lot of them. Here's the thing, man. I know people don't like to hear this type of stuff, but I'm gonna just keep it real.
Yeah, be
a lot of these people, they happen to be black, and they take advantage of people. They scam people. Scamming is at an all-time high. When people saw BLM, they automatically went to, oh, they care about black people. I'll give my money to them. And the people that they give the money to, they weren't using the money to help the community. A lot of them were making hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars. There were people who created websites and Facebook pages talking about BLM, and they got it's one guy in New York. He made like $500,000 with a fake page. People donated because they saw BLM.
That was kind of the point that I was making, because I think I made a quote in there that I was talking about nationalism. I said not all nationalists are racist, but all racists are going to be nationalists. And the point that I was making is everybody they've associated with the alt-right are not Nazis. It's now they've taken any white male that's conservative, and they've lumped them into this group. And if you vote Republican, you're a member of the alt-right. You're a Nazi. You're carrying a Confederate battle flag, and that's just simply not the truth.
No, I want to say this right here about that. I remember. Do you remember Richard Spencer?
Oh yeah,
Richard Spencer was like the face of alt-right back in 2016 to like 17, 18, something like that. He was the face of the alt-right. I told people then that man is not on the right at all. He's not on the right, period. He's a leftist. He has since come out and publicly said that he's not voting Trump, because he voted for Trump in 2016 thinking that he thought Trump was going to be some pro-white president, and he wasn't that. He was for everybody. And so as a result of that, he said, I'm voting for Biden because Biden is putting in policies that more align with him. That dude is a leftist. People got to understand the alt-right was guys who were looking for a certain, if you're pro-white, like if you were so-called racist, you're not on the right at all. That nothing about that is on the right. That's all left. Let's being a leftist. They wanted white people to be put at the forefront through the government. They want the government to be an arm of them, of white people. That's just being a leftist. That's no different than BLM working with the Democratic Party and being pro-black. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah, that was what I said.
But they were smart, and they used the alt-right name once again to smear being on the right. But these guys weren't on the right at all. And people should look up Richard Spencer and look at what he was saying back in 2016, 17. Look what he's saying now. What he's saying now is coincides with what he thought then. He just thought Trump was going to do what he wanted him to do, and he didn't. But Biden is doing.
That was kind of like what I was alluding to in that article. I said, it's okay to be black or be proud to be black. It's okay to be proud to be white. The problem is when you weaponize and you use that to put people at a disadvantage. I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud of if you're Native American, if you're Hispanic, or anything like that. But they've turned it into a thing that like I was talking to a friend of mine he's white, but he shares this white guilt, and I'm just like, I don't have I don't share that. I wasn't alive 200 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not. I can't have this guilt that you have, and where you're like bowing down and stuff.
I can't get down with nothing like that, man. That's just I don't know what that. But see, I think that comes from this, man. The schooling. When I remember when I was in school, when I was in elementary school, I remember we learned about Jim Crow. I was in like fourth grade. I remember this like yesterday. I was in fourth grade. The teacher was teaching us about the water fountains. They had a black water fountain, white water fountain. Yeah. Okay, we were talking about that, and I remember my dad is black and my mom is white.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I asked the teacher, Miss, I ain't gonna say her name, but the teacher. I said, which one would I have used? Which water fountain? Which restaurant would I go to? And she didn't know what to say.
Oh my God!
You know what I'm saying? I saw the look on her face. It was an awkward look, and she didn't know what to say. And then I was questioning things. Like I'm automatically questioning, like, okay, which one? See stuff like that got put into that guy that you're talking about, his mind, and so he grows up looking around, watching the news, and everything is white man does this to the black person. Black person's always getting beat down, and he's thinking, oh man, those poor black people, man, they need us to help them out. Like, no, they really don't. I mean, they don't need. I mean, you can help somebody out, but going out there to say, oh, I'm white, so I'm superior, so I got to feel bad for the inferior. That ain't how that's supposed to go. But that's schooling. That's what they put that into your mind. And if you're too weak to that, you'll fall victim and end up being a person that has white guilt, or you'll be a black person that's so pro-black that everything that's you'll end up being that person. Those women at Arizona State University,
Yeah.
where they had a black only library or whatever, and there was a white dude in there, and they were like, he had to get out. You'll end up being that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, when you said that about the water fountain, yeah, I don't know if you remember this or not, but it was back in the '90s. It was out in Randolph County High School. Anyway, the principal of the school's name was Hewlin Humphreys, and they had some mixed students there. And he said there was not going to be any interracial dating. Either the whites could have their prom, or the blacks could have theirs.
Yep,
And there
I
was
remember that.
a mixed girl in there, and she said, "Well, what about me?" And he said, "Well, you don't count."
Yep.
And I remember him saying that, and that was in the mid '90s when he was trying to stop that. And it doesn't seem like that long ago.
Yeah,
Um,
that was at We Dowey House School, I think, right?
yeah, because if you remember, a few weeks later, the high school burned down, and
Ooh,
and all of his stuff got taken out of his office before the high school burned down. And a lot of people think he set that high school on fire. And then he later
hmm.
got elected to superintendent of the county.
Wow. I didn't know all that backstory. I remember the story. I think it was with Dowey High School where they did the prom, and he said that about black and white prom, and the girl said, "Which one do I go to?" Whatever. I remember that, but I don't remember the backstory about the school getting burned down and all that.
I want to
That's
touch on
crazy
something
though.
you said about when you brought about Biden a while ago. The thing that I don't understand is, his firewall was South Carolina. The black population saved his candidacy. If you go
Yes,
back
it
and look
did.
at this man, through his history, I mean, he was a soft segregationist. He said his kids didn't need to go to school with brown-haired, curly-haired kids. His didn't want his kids to go to school in a racial jungle. He
Yep.
said gays were a threat to national security. You can't go into a package store without seeing somebody with a dot in their head. He's been on the exact side of every issue until it has been politically convenient for him his whole career. I
Yeah.
mean, why?
Absolutely.
Why? And so, I mean, why did why was he seen as such a social justice warrior? He's because he was Obama's vice president.
I think so. I mean, Obama was such a rock star that everybody that was in that campaign or in that administration has ridden the coattail of being in that administration. And the thing about Biden is Biden has been in office since like 72 or something.
Yeah, and now
Like,
he's going to change everything.
yeah, I mean that man's been in Congress and everything forever. So
I
he's a
mean,
guy he's so his roots are so deep, and he got so many relationships, and he knows so much dirt on people.
the one I
That,
couldn't figure out who couldn't get more traction is, I mean, Bernie Sanders is more of a social justice warrior for civil rights than I mean, you look at what this man did. Back in the '60s, I think he got arrested one time at one of a civil rights march. I mean, far more than what Biden was, and he could get no traction with the black community.
no, that's an interesting one because I didn't get on I got on the Obama train. All right, I was young, got on the Obama train. I never got on the Bernie Sanders train. To me, just me, Bernie Sanders comes across as just a lying piece of crap. Like, to be honest with you, every time he opens his mouth, I don't believe anything the man says. I just don't. Like, it's just something, I don't know what it is. He just seems like a snake to me.
If I
And
but if I had not been working for this campaign in 2020, I would have voted for him in the primaries, and I'll tell you why. Because every one of those cast of characters they had dropped out the night before that Super Tuesday primary and anointed Biden as the nominee. And I was like, I hate it when we're supposed to be able to pick. This is not royalty for somebody else's turn, and they all picked. I was going to vote for him just for that simple reason, because Buttigieg dropped out, Klobuchar dropped out, they all dropped out, and
Yep.
let me touch this right here. The one that I didn't like the most, as I said, God, please don't let her get in there, was Kamala. And I remember why they let her off the hook on this. I'll never know. But it was in one of those opening debates. And she said, I know what racism is like. I remember segregation and busing. I was like, bitch, you went to school in California in the 80s. It wasn't like you was in Birmingham, Alabama in 1955, okay?
Yep. She also said that she was at she was in college in a dorm, smoking weed, listening to Tupac in the 80s. Lady, Tupac wasn't rapping until the 90s.
I was fixing to say.
Just lying, man. Just lying.
And what got me is that they wanted Trump out of office so bad. And that was the cast of characters they came up with this for us to choose from.
It was bad. It was bad. Kamala didn't even poll. Like, I think she was under 1%, like the whole time.
And so was Cory
Pete
Booker.
Buttigieg, Pete, whatever the guy name is, Pete Buttcheek was polling higher than her. And he's an openly gay man.
If he hadn't been gay, he probably would have been their strongest candidate.
Man, very, very, he was a very dangerous candidate. He just, for whatever reason, they want to push that gay thing. But if he had put that to the side for a minute just to run his campaign, he would have got some numbers, man. Because he's a young guy.
He was smart, clean cut, military, and he was articulate. And I remember when he won that Iowa caucus, and they all started going after him. And man, he did not lose his cool. If that guy had, he reminded me like a Kennedy or a Clinton. If he hadn't been, gay, like you said, if he put that to the side, because America's just not ready for that. We wasn't even ready for a woman president.
No, we're not ready for a woman yet. No, we're not. I think this upcoming. I don't know if you want to get to the upcoming election, but I think the upcoming election. I think Gavin Newsom is going to be the Democrat guy. Like,
I agree with you on that, because regardless if you're a Democrat or Republican, Biden's mental state is too dangerous to be leading this country.
Yeah.
Nobody can deny that. That man does not even know he's in the world. And I think they're going to push. I agree with you. It's going to be Gavin Newsom. Providing Trump ain't in jail, I imagine he'll be the Republican nominee. But is it not? I wrote a thing about this right here, that they have opened Pandora's box the way they've weaponized the justice system against him, because it's going to start a cycle where every president now is going to start getting investigated, and one after another. I just and I don't think I can come up with. He was never supposed to win.
No, he wasn't, man. The worst thing that has happened politically in probably the last 30 years was Trump winning the president. When Bush did it, it was they didn't want him to, but he won narrowly. And then when he got reelected, and then Obama won, he just had a head of steam. Nobody was going to beat him.
Once he got that head of steam.
Yeah, and then when Trump came along, the media, I remember they put out the polls, right? All the polls said Hillary's gonna, lead him by how many points? 7 points or 11 points or whatever. And they were like all wrong, because she got smoked. And so it was just they were shocked. Like, I remember watching that night, and I wasn't even a Trump fan at that time. When I didn't vote for Trump, I didn't even vote, period, in 2016. Didn't vote.
My buddy texted me about
Hillary, and I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't trust Trump. I thought he was a gimmick.
My buddy texted me about 8:30 that night, and he said, "Man, you called this." And I said, "Man, I told you he was going to win this thing, man." I said, "But that's when the states were still up for up in the air then." But the day when he came down on that escalator ride, I told my friend, I said, "He's going to win." I said, "You watch this. This dude's going to win this thing." And I mean, and I was a Trump guy from from day one. I was Hillary. Uh, I'm so glad that woman didn't get in there. You know,
Mhm.
you know, she, they had it set aside for, in 2008. I don't know how much you remember about that race, but they had it set up to where she was supposed to be, coast to get the nomination real easy. But they had the way they had the primary set up. She won pretty good the first couple ones, and then they went all south. And the black at first she had a lot of black support, and then when they seen that, hey, this guy's got a chance to be the first black president. She
Yep.
lost that, and she didn't play the caucuses right. Now, Joe Reed, who still powerful in Alabama, he never left Hillary's side. He stayed with her endorsement till the end.
Hmm. I think I think that would have been because of, once again, she has deep roots.
To the black community, yeah,
Yeah, and and,
yeah.
and, and deep roots, not only with the black community, but politically, period.
And
Her
think,
husband was Bill Clinton, the president.
yeah,
So
because he was the only
think
black
about people that
president
they
we
know.
ever. Well, he was the first black president we ever actually had. I mean, Clinton was blacker than Obama.
Man, when I was 8, 9 years old when he was president, man, I remember that being the joke. We were talking about that in class in
I remember
fourth,
that
fifth
too.
grade. Talking about he
Um,
was the first black president. Like that's what we talked about. It was a
I,
known thing.
I mean, see, I don't. I believe not so much as her, but with him, and he still. But at one time, he really cared about poor people and the average guy because he was only making like 30 something $1,000 a year as Arkansas. But absolute power corrupts absolutely. Now that he's worth 400 million, that Clinton Foundation is nothing but just you talk about some crimes being committed.
Yep.
Um, I've still got a picture of me somewhere of me holding up a Clinton Gore sign because I was the biggest Clinton supporter in '92 from Jump. And when I was so I grew up in Democratic household. My dad was a labor union guy, railroad, and in those days, when in Alabama, you was a Democrat. And when I was about 17, is when I started really realizing, hey, I don't really line up with them on any issue.
Hmm.
And I started realizing I was Republican and had libertarian leanings. So, what about you? Did you grow up as a Democrat and switch, or have you always been a Republican?
No, I grew up. I grew up in the urban area, so
Mm-hmm.
we didn't trust the cops, and we wanted people to people like I grew up with just the gay stuff, like tolerating gay people. So we was like, hey man, let people do what they want to do. We don't, as long as they don't bother us, they cool. And when I came up and I could vote, the first president I could vote for was Obama. That was that campaign, and I voted for him. Not really, to be honest with you, I didn't know a whole lot about politics. I've always been vocal, so I've always expressed my thoughts. I remember I had a debate with my uncle, who was a huge Reagan fan. Me
Really?
and him had it out one time, and I was 18 years old. And but I mean, I've always kind of been aware of what's going on, right, politically. But back then, I didn't know a whole lot. I just knew what I knew, and so I just tried to run with what I knew. But after Obama won in 2012, I was in college at the time. I was not a believer in God. Like, I mean, I believed in God, but by that time, but I was really getting into that. I was reading my Bible by myself,
Mhm.
something I had never done before. And as I was doing that, my heart was changing for just like looking at life in general. My whole perspective was changing. As a result of that, then politically, I started looking at, you know what? I've been thinking this. I've been you know, letting gay people do whatever, been for them, been for their rights. I've been, pro-choice. I was, I mean, I always, like guns, but it was certain things I was believing that I'm like, now I'm not believing those things. Like I'm changing so now I'm looking at the conservative side. So around 2014, 14-ish, 13, 14, I started listening to more conservative points and just listening to them because I had never done that before. I had only prior to that been listening to the left, right? CNN
Right.
and MSNBC. Then I said, you know what? Let me listen to the other side and see what they have to say. And I was listening to these guys. I started listening to. I give props to American Family Radio. I started listening to them in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Every morning, going to work, every evening, coming off back home from work. I would listen to them guys on the radio, and they were making sense. It was common sense stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's what I line up with. So then that's when I really started being more vocal to that side.
Well, I've wondered why that the Republicans have not made more inroads with the black community because, like, it seems like it would be perfect. Most black people are very religious. They're conservative on issues like that. Uh, you know, Middle class workers, and it's simple. They cannot get any traction anywhere. Now I've seen that black males voted for Trump in a higher percentage than any other
Yeah,
president,
about 20%.
but
Yeah,
females not at all.
yeah, very, very low. Like it's real low, like 5%. But and from 2016 to 2020, he gained like a 100% more female vote, black female vote. So he picked it up, but
But
it's
what he
still very
lost, he
low.
lost so many white people. He lost so many suburban white people
He did.
that he had in 2020. Because I mean, let's say Trump, as much as I loved him, he could be his own worst enemy at times. I mean, he could say stuff that just I might think was funny as hell, but it's it just you
Yeah,
just set off with the wrong. You just couldn't say it with stuff. I mean, like I never thought this was going to sink his candidacy, but I remember when I listened to the Billy Bush tapes and people was making a big deal out of it. And I said, "That's it." I said, "Man, look, I've heard a lot worse than that." I said, "I've probably said worse than that." I mean, if you be no,
absolutely.
that's not going to kill his campaign. So if it's not Trump, if he, in jail or whatever, who are the Republicans going to turn to? I mean, because I think DeSantis is just made a fool out of himself by now at this point.
Yeah, I think that if we're looking at the person that's most qualified and that would do a good job, it's DeSantis. I don't see anybody else at this point that's more qualified than him. Now, who has the head of steam? Who's got the momentum? DeSantis doesn't have that, but who does though? Like
Do you know what I
Tim
think?
Scott,
You know
yeah,
what I think? I think Tim Scott and Nikki Haley would be a nightmare ticket for the Democrats.
they will be. See, I'm on the fence with Tim Scott.
Yeah,
Tim Scott is very he's very he is he's a guy who conservative. I like that about him,
he plays
but
he
I
has a
feel like
tough.
he does a little bit of pandering.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean,
I
but you
don't
got to
like
think
that.
he has a very tough road that he's got to hoe there in South Carolina. Being a black man, the senator there. But I like Ted Scott. I mean, excuse me, Tim Scott. I mean, I think I like him. It's got to be tough, when you're in that kind of state like that. And then a black senator in South Carolina, first state to secede from the Union. Um,
Mm-hmm.
what about is Joe Manchin going to get in this thing and challenge Biden too?
I don't think so. I don't think he would. But man, if he did, Democrats they hate him.
That's what I was telling somebody the other day. I said he wouldn't get no support. I said because the guy
No.
he's what Of course, you was born a little bit after this, but it's going towards the end of it. It's what they used to call the old Southern Democrat. They was conservative. They was
Yeah,
basically what
yep,
Republicans are
very
today.
moderate. Yep.
Yeah, and and they just was Democrats, and there's no way he would get any support. Now, a friend of mine asked me, he's behind right now by a lot of points, 15, 16 points. I said, don't count him out. I said, he's got ties that goes back in that community, for 60 years. So I would not count him out. Um, of that race right now. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so where do we go? I mean, we're $30 trillion in debt. People are making less than what they was 30 years ago. Uh, well, I mean, we're raising or recruiting a military now that, God, hopefully we don't get in a ground war because we get our asses kicked. They can't even, say anything to them. Um, it seems it's, I guess a point of this is what has happened to the fabric of male society that it seems like there's almost been a feminization put on uh men, that men can't be men anymore. I mean, did you see that?
Yeah, to be honest, it started with the women's suffrage movement. That got the ball rolling to making women equal to men. Now let's get some. Let me get something straight. So people have this false idea that we're all equal, right? So
Mhm.
here's one thing. So we're equal as long as we all have the right to fairness with how we're treated, right? So like,
I'm following you.
yeah, so like if a man goes for a job and a woman goes for that same job, they both deserve at least the opportunity to get the job. Now, just because the man might get the job doesn't make it a patriarchal situation, right? Um, but we have to understand. So the equality is in the opportunity, but there's not equality when it comes to people in general, right? So you have men that are
I
super
know.
athletic
I'm following
guys.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're super
I mean,
athletic.
and some
Okay,
people are a lot smarter. Yeah.
right, right. And then you got guys that are not so athletic. So how are they equal? No, they're not equal.
Right.
And so when it
I
comes
know
to
exactly where you're
men
going
and
with this.
women, there's a reason why men have men's sports and women have women's sports. They're not the same. So, but society has tried to bring women up. They try to manufacture equality. You can't force it. It's not there.
I
Don't You
see.
can't
I'm
force it.
following you. Yeah.
And so as a result of that, they've tried to bring up women, and as a result, men get pushed down to where they're not supposed to be acting or living their life at their potential. They're trying to push men down and try to make them more feminized to allow the women to rise up and become equal.
That is a great explanation there, man. I mean, I feel I mean, I know exactly where you was going with that because you're not putting women down at all. I could say, some people would probably take that the wrong. But I see exactly what you're saying with that because, the first time, look, and I'll just go ahead and admit it. I'm ex-army. I don't like the fact that they have, women and men in the same combat units. I just don't think that. I think that women should have their separate units and men should, their separate units. That's just how I believe. Um,
Absolutely.
I was had stopped at this bar a few years ago, and the little bartender there had pink hair and um, just sassing it up, and he said something about being in the army, and I said, "You was in the army?" And he said, "Yeah." And I kind of chuckled a little bit, and he said, "What?" And I said, "Nothing." And he goes, "What?" And I said, "Son, we wouldn't even let you get on the bus." I said, "There's no way that you would have went to basic training with us like that." Because I remember I was going to ask you too. Back it's kind of like back to the trans thing. What is up with these terms now? Because I remember the first time I got called a cis man, I thought somebody was insulting me. And I said, "Well, what the hell does that mean?" And they said, "It means you identify with the gender you was born with." I said, "I didn't need a term to tell me that."
They say it's called being a male.
They got non-binary, gender fluid.
Yeah, it's all
Um,
kind of they come up with names as they go. They literally come up with names as they go. So that's just once again, that's just people are trying to manufacture differences within people to bring, and then they're trying to manufacture the equality part. There's no way that you can make a man into a woman. You can't do it. It's not possible. You can You can put all the hormones you want into that man. You can dress him up, put all the high heels and makeup. Doesn't make a difference. His biology is what his biology is. And
do you know what else they're not realizing? And this about being out in the forefront and making all this noise, they're endangering themselves because there are people out there that will kill kill people over stuff like that. I've it happened not too long ago, a year or so ago in Birmingham. There was a black transgender hairdresser, and they found out she was a woman or whatever. I don't even know how the terms was, how to use the right terms. She's trans man or trans woman, but she got murdered over that. That's not. There's too many people out there that would do that. So I think they're endangering themselves.
Yeah,
for their own safety.
Especially when they don't tell people what they are. Like,
oh, God.
There was a situation, man. One of my best friends was telling me about this situation, and I looked it up and read about it. There was this woman, there was this man that pretended and presented himself as a female. He went to a bar. There were 4 guys or 5 guys that took this individual home, and they all had relations with this person. Well, they all realized this person was a male. When that happened, it was night for that person. Okay, that person no longer here. A very brutal ending to their life because they weren't upfront. Now, see, now this is the problem though. He had a little bit of responsibility for that because he tried to present himself in a way that something he wasn't.
I mean,
okay, fair enough.
I'm not arguing that. I know
yeah, but also the other side of it is that's why you shouldn't be promiscuous and just get with anybody that you see, because you end up in a situation like that where now your manhood's in question and now you can't live with that, so you have to go do something to this person. Everybody was wrong.
Made me think of something too that the Democrats did last time. They didn't get much publicity, but I remember catching this. It was in their their platform that they wanted to decriminalize it in all states where somebody did not have to tell their HIV status because it was now
California, I think.
It was now discriminatory against HIV positive people to have to tell somebody that they're positive because of these drugs now. And I don't know if you picked up on like this, you'll have these drugs commercials saying, "Oh, I'm taking this right here and it's stopping HIV," and then somebody else is saying, "Well, I'm on these medicines and it's I'm undetectable." They're almost promoting people to have unprotected sex.
Yeah, absolutely. They got this drug called PrEP.
And
here's what's funny. Here's what's funny about that. So anytime they talk about HIV, you always notice they always shy away from being honest about it, right? They don't say it's male to male. That's how that gets passed, right? And when females get it, they got it from their partner that's a male, but that male has been with another male. That's what they don't want to talk about. So females don't pass HIV to males. It's just, can it happen? Sure, it could happen. We're talking about it's an anomaly to happen.
Yeah, I've read the statistics on that right there are so low for a female to be able to pass it to a male. Is it yeah, it can happen, but
it can happen, but let's get real. So so it's funny how but they try to shy away from that, right? They try to make it seem like, oh, it's just everybody can get it, whatever. Equal opportunity. No, it's not. But what's funny is when the commercial comes on, who's in the commercial?
All gay guys.
And they're all what color?
The last ones I seen, there was all white guys.
Man, I've seen a bunch of them. It's black couple after black couple after black couple. They might sprinkle in a white guy here and there. They're all black. I'm like,
the one that
y'all are telling us without telling us.
Because I guess that's because it's the one that I've been seeing the most here. Is a blonde-headed guy, but I know the ones you're talking about because I remember that right there. They had mostly black guys in those commercials. And HIV was the thing that when it first came out, man, I remember I was a little kid and I got like just obsessed with the statistics on that. Okay. Now I'm still looking at the statistics today, and everybody out there is claiming to be on PrEP and taking this undetectable stuff. Then why are HIV infections still as high as what they were in the 80s? Okay. Either the medicine ain't
Boom,
working or somebody is lying.
boom, man. Me and my bro had this conversation, man. We talked about this, and we were saying he asked me. He said, okay, if they're giving you a drug that can make you undetectable, then aren't you cured? Like, if you can't detect it, how do you know it's there? And we were talking. I'm like, well, yeah, they gotta keep you on the drug though, right? Because if they do cure it, they ain't gonna tell you that they cured it. They gonna they gonna tell you, oh well, you gotta keep taking this drug or whatever. And that person like, well, I mean, I'm undetectable. How about I stop taking it for 6 months and just see what happens, right? To see if I become detectable again. And they'll be like, the doctor will say, don't do that because then you'll become more infectious. Like they'll like come up with something to keep you on the drug, and it's weird because the pharmaceutical companies
They're making like
are wanting
thirty
to make
thousand
money.
dollars a year off that.
Yeah, they're making all this money. So whether it's making you undetectable or whatever it's doing, they're gonna keep you on that drug. But it's funny how the numbers, just like you said, are still sky high.
And
So what's really happening with that? That's a crazy scenario right there. And there's
somebody's
nobody
lying.
looking at it. Like nobody's doing any
And
real research or
and I'm
talking
the one
about it
that,
except
yeah, and I'm
us.
the one that's been asking this for a while. I'm the guy that goes in there. You've seen my stuff. I'm the one that's asking these questions. Hey, what
Yep.
is going on right here? And I want to know, why. Somebody told me, we just don't know what you're talking about. I start quoting off these stats to them, and me and I had an argument with somebody a while back, and of course I got called a bigot for this right here too because I made the statement that is basically what you just essentially said or agree with me that HIV is still a gay disease. I mean, yeah, there's some straight people get it, but for the most part, it's men having sex with men that are getting HIV.
Yep. That's just what it is. Every now and then you might have somebody that gets a blood transfusion and it happens, or they got a bad needle or something like that. Maybe maybe drug use. But by and large, it's gay men. I mean, that's just what it is. They can try to play like it's like monkeypox. What was it? Monkeypox.
Monkeypox,
Monkeypox was a
yeah,
big thing, right? A couple years, like a year or two ago.
I
And
remember
who was getting that?
monkeypox.
Men. Men
Yeah,
were the people. It was a few kids that got it. It was like a handful of kids worldwide. And it's like, hold on a second. 95% of the people that's got it are men. How are these kids getting it?
mm.
Oh, I know. But see, but they veered off to a whole nother place when that happened because they didn't want to go there. Because what the reality was when it was my earlier, that whole adult with kid thing. Yeah.
I got 30 days banned from Facebook because I made this meme back during COVID, and it said showed a guy with a mask, and it said gay males wear a mask, and up under it said, oh, so now you're worried about a protective covering and a virus?
For real. Oh,
I
one more
mean,
thing about that too. Did you know that the state of New York, during that whole monkeypox outbreak thing, they put out guidelines. This is from the state of New York. It was on their website. They said if you are in the LGBT community and you are a male between certain ages, you need to go get checked. Like they specifically pointed them out because they were at high risk for monkeypox. They were telling us the whole time what it was, but nobody wanted to really put it out there and talk about it. But it was well known. It was a gay thing as well, just like HIV is a gay thing. And like I said, it was a few kids that got monkeypox. How did they get monkeypox when
yeah,
it's
exactly.
transferred from men to men? Hmm.
Um, I didn't realize that about the kids. Now you got me to thinking. Um, all
Yeah.
right, so let me switch subjects here. Let's go state. What do you think about Mamaw?
Oh, you talking about our governor?
Yeah.
Man, I supported her when she got elected. Like what
Hmm.
was that? whatever 18 or whatever that was. I supported her.
It's
I
hard.
ain't seen nobody else to support, but I
I
don't
can't
think that she's
dislike her.
done. She's a rhino. She's a huge rhino.
Yeah, I mean, but she's just somebody that you can't. To me, you can't dislike. I mean, she's just so. I like her. I mean, I don't like a lot of the policy things that she's done. I don't agree with her, but you know, she's like Aunt B.
Yeah, she. Hey, what she say? What she say? Sugar and
And,
she got that country on twang or whatever. But I
her
just
media
you know what?
people were
You know what
brilliant.
turned me off with her, man? When COVID was going on and she mandated masks for the state of Alabama. She mandated it. Then
Yeah,
she was at the Auburn University or somewhere with all these mascots, and it was her and I think Lieutenant Governor I think was there too. They had no mask on. They took a picture. I shared the picture. I'm like, oh, I thought we were under a mandate for a mask. So you telling me I got to go to wear a mask everywhere I go? But she's the governor taking the picture outside with 12 people, and nobody got a mask on. Okay.
I didn't like the gas tax. Um, but I don't understand. I'm supposed to interview Katie Blanchard in the next few weeks. I'm going to ask her this, because she dropped out of that Senate race. What was her and Tim James thinking? You had a governor that she was still around 70%. At one time, she had 88% approval ratings. But you had one of the governors that was one of those top 5 popular governors in Alabama. How did they think they was going to unseat her?
I don't know.
And they
Tim,
outspent her 25 million to 8.
Tim James ran a terrible campaign. His campaign commercial was awful.
The one he did about that school, the transgender school. So I looked that up online. It said there's like 347 students. I was like, there's not 347 transgender students in Alabama. So I called the school the next day and I talked to the principal. And he said, well, we have a thing that says they're accepting of LGBT kids. I said, okay. He said, but we're a charter school did you ever go to school people that didn't fit in? And I said, yeah. He said, we're kind of like a school like that. We have, school of misfits. I said, well, tell me about the drag show. He said, it wasn't a drag show. I'm thinking of something scandalous at a gay bar. He said, what it was is kids had won a Scholars Bowl trip to DC. So they did a turnabout show where the men did like women and women did like men. Now, when I was in high school, we used to have womenless beauty contests to raise money. So, what was the difference in that and that? And Tim James made that out to where this was just they had to call in extra security to guard that school because they was afraid that, somebody's going to go over and kill one of those kids. He put their lives in danger over that.
See, now I wasn't aware of that particular. Now, when I said he had a terrible commercial, he had commercials talking about nationally what's going on. And I'm like, dude, you're running for the state of Alabama. State of Alabama problems aren't the nation's problems. Like, we don't have the same issues. Like, some of the same issues, but Alabama is a different thing. We're
Do you
our own
remember his
state.
dad? Do you remember Tim's dad? Bob?
Yeah. Yep.
Man, I love Bob James, man. Bob James, I loved him to death, man. I mean, the stuff. See, he went back old school. He declared federal law null and void in the state of Alabama. He said that the Bill of Rights didn't apply to the states, and they had ordered Roy Moore to take down the 10 Commandments. And he said if the federal authorities try to take them down, they'll be staring down the barrels of M16s. But see, Tim didn't have that personality that Fob did
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's kind of like and it's no knock on him, but I know George Wallace Jr. and at one time they thought he was the rising star and he was going to be, but he was nothing like his father. I mean, he had none of the speaking abilities and nothing
Mm-hmm.
that George Wallace had, and still no fault of his own, but that was only Wallace when it came to being an orator was he was one of a kind, and he just couldn't live up to that.
Yep.
Do you know about Wallace's first run for governor?
Not necessarily.
All right, so Wallace grew up in Barber County, and it was a
Okay.
racially mixed county. And in the 48 Democratic convention, when Strom Thurmond walked out, Wallace was one of the few delegates that didn't walk out. So he got elected to a circuit judge seat in 52. And in 58, he ran for governor against a guy named John Patterson. Patterson was endorsed by the Ku Klux Klan. They had a
Okay.
front
I
page,
remember looking that up. Okay. Yep.
they had a front page ad on it. Wallace was endorsed by the NAACP, and
Mm.
they go into the runoff. And it's on the Sunday before the Tuesday. Wallace came out on Alabama Public Television and had a 30-minute address to the state and denounced the Klan and their involvement in politics and denounced segregation. And he got hammered in the runoff. And that's when he lit a cigar and said, "Well, I'll never be outsegged again." Supposedly he used another word, but that's the clean way. So then 4 years later, he switches and goes to the exact opposite. And the segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. Well, his political career, he's evolved so much. By 72, when he's running for president, he's no longer against integration. He now believes in the integration, but he doesn't like the busing. So he's trying to move back to the center on it. The last time he runs for governor in 82, he's no longer seen as the conservative. He's seen as the liberal. And George McMillan, who I'm still friends with today, was supposed to beat him because he was going to get 90% of the vote. But Wallace went down into the black belt and did this mea culpa and spent his money down there campaigning. And he got 35% of the black vote and edged McMillan out in the runoff. So the
Wow.
segregation vote put him in, and then the black population put him back in his last term as governor.
That's interesting. That's real interesting.
Yeah, because I was put on a podcast one night. It's called Chris Pick Tells the Unknown Story of George Wallace, because the people. I mean, I know some I know a lot of black politicians. Roger Roll. Who's that rapper? John Rogers. And these guys, Bill Baxley. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bill Baxley. He was the one
Yeah, I've
that
heard the
first
name. Yep.
prosecuted the church. Okay, so he prosecuted the first church bomber in 1977. And those guys will tell you that Wallace didn't, he may have been more of a, kind of a segregationist, but he was not this hardcore racist that he played. That he played that act out to, because he said he made this comment one time. He said, "I tried to talk about good roads, good jobs, good schools, and nobody listened. And I started talking about blacks, and they stomped the floor." And
Mm.
and he served. He was a Folsomite man, Big Jim Folsom. He was governor in the 50s. He was so far ahead of his time, he appointed a female to his cabinet. Adam Clayton
Mm.
Powell spent the night in the governor's mansion with him. This is 1946 Alabama, and you got a black man from Harlem, and
Wow.
that's who he studied under. So he was so far ahead of his time, but something happened, man, and it just blew up, and in Birmingham went from they called it Bombingham because they was bombing all the black churches. I mean, black businesses, black homes. We were supposed to be Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. I done a lot of research about Birmingham and that is growth, Magic City, and then the decline and all that, and then the racial issues that happened, and yeah, it was supposed to be it's supposed to be the Atlanta of Alabama,
You
and
know, and I still could find the YouTube clip of him. If he would have got elected in '79, I think it'd been so much different. But Larry Langford ran in '79 for governor, and he was talking about this racial stuff. He said, I know I ain't giving up my Corvette to go back to Africa. It's just like none of y'all going back to Europe.
oh man, I so he ran. You said he ran for governor?
He ran for mayor in '79, and
Okay, mayor of
Arrington beat him.
Birmingham.
Yeah, and Arrington
Okay.
beat him. And Aaron, I should say Arrington did a really good job. Uh, for the most part, is for some of the things he did. Um, William Bell was probably the best mayor Birmingham ever had, but Arrington, um, Arrington had some ideas, man, and I liked Larry. I think Larry got like screwed royally. I think
When was he mayor?
Larry got elected mayor in 2007, and by 2009 he was in prison.
Okay. Was he a part of the guy that
He
went to
was
prison? The
he was
what's the guy's name that had the Health South or whatever?
well, sort of, man, because all of those guys, when you talk about Siegelman, Scrushy, everybody on the Jefferson
Yeah,
County,
Scrooge, yeah.
everybody on the Jefferson County County Commission, all those legislatures, Milton McGregor, all of them got tried at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
and all of them was tied in together. Larry Emory Anthony, who's I don't know if you know who he is, but he's like the Johnny
No.
Cochran. He's like the Johnny Cochran of Birmingham. If you get charged with something, you want Emory to represent you. I mean, man, he's dressed to a T. I mean, um, and I know him well. He offered to represent Larry pro bono, and Larry turned him down and went and got this white federal judge. And the first thing he did was move the trial from Birmingham to Tuscaloosa, and got Larry set with an all white jury. Said, man, we would have lived and died in Birmingham. There was no way I would have taken that trial out of Birmingham because he was
Yeah,
beloved there. And he didn't have a chance.
man, that's interesting.
But he had this plan that he was going to get these municipalities together and he was going to turn it into like a Atlanta type scenario, Pleasant Grove, Trustful. He was trying to get all these municipalities to work in Birmingham and bring something here. Larry had some ideas. It was just, I'll tell you a funny story about this too. He raised taxes $1 billion to pay for a dome stadium that was supposed to go out there by the race course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when he went to prison, that $1 billion, they didn't spend it on there. So I asked one of the councilmen, I said, what happened to that $1 billion? He said, that was monies that was directed towards the project. I said, okay. He said, after the project was canceled, it got redirected to the councilmen's. I said, okay. He said, then they redistributed it into their districts how they seen fit. I said, so y'all just stole $1 billion goddamn dollars.
Wow.
Since I got into this, see, I got spinal stenosis so bad, man. I have to use a cane. I can't even hardly get around. So I had to do something that I swore I'd never do. I had to take disability. Well, I've always had a love for politics, and I was losing my mind. And somebody said, "Man, I didn't really know I had a talent with it." And they said, "You should write a blog." So I started getting into this stuff and doing these YouTube interviews. And the stuff that I found out of the corruption that's going on in Montgomery, if I'd hate to know what's going on in DC, because man, you would not believe the stuff I hear these people are doing. And it's common knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah, it's common knowledge because when the people build roots, they can count on certain individuals to do what they want them to do, and so they can make their money, so they can keep their power. And it's like, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
And
And
you
that's
say what I
that's
wrote
kind of how
on.
they roll, man. And Joe Reed is one of them people. Now you see his son, Stephen Reed, who's the mayor here.
Oh,
I
that's right.
mean,
Is that his son?
very man, the dude's very corrupt, man. I mean, just
I did not know Stephen Reed was Joe Reed's son.
yeah, that's his son.
Do
Yep, he
you
has a brother
remember
too. His brother is an attorney here.
when Arthur Davis ran for governor?
Yeah.
And his plan was to ignore the Black Caucus groups and ignore those, and he didn't go speak in front of them. And it just took the vote for granted. And I remember Ron Sparks said, "I'll be there with my Sunday best on," and they endorsed Sparks. And he lost 11 out of 12 counties he represented in Congress.
Yeah,
He
man.
lost his home precinct. You can't turn your back on
No.
in the Democratic Party in Alabama. You can't turn your back on the black vote. I mean, you can't.
No, no. It was interesting that he ran for mayor.
I remember, how did he do in that race?
Not good. Not good.
Because remember,
But see, there
he
was
went on.
11 candidates. They had 11 candidates run for mayor in 2019.
Is that when he
So
ran?
yeah, that was like 2019. Yep.
because man, he was such a rising star in the Democratic Party. I mean, he could have been something,
Yeah,
maybe a cabinet position. I mean, he articulate. I mean, well spoken. I mean, the guy was a rising. And then when he made that, you know, look, let's just be real. A black man is not going to get elected governor of Alabama, especially not as a Democrat. And
yeah. No, that's not
I
gonna
don't.
happen.
This is not going to happen. And I don't know why he thought that you know he was going to win that race. You know, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Uh, we had him running. We had a guy, I forgot his name. He was the general, like an army general or something like that. I liked him. I can't remember his name. Older guy, mature, black guy, married man. Had I would say he was probably more center, but center right. Um, but he just didn't poll well. And then you had Stephen Reed, who everybody knew because he'd been probate judge for like 20 years. Um, had businesses here. His dad's Joe Reed. I mean, it just was he had the road paved they paved his way to be mayor. So
See, one of my dear
and then
friends.
David
Okay.
Woods ran. David Woods was not a good candidate. I mean, he's the Fox 20 owner, CEO, whatever. Uh, big time money, big time influence. But when it came to the politics, people don't understand. They think that just because you got money or just because you got a lot of donors, you're gonna win your election. No, you need to have face value. Number one, people need to know you. So David
So,
Woods is a guy who certain people know in certain circles. The common people don't know who that is, right?
right.
Like, but Stephen Reed, people know him because he's in the community. So you see his
Yeah.
face,
That's
his
like
name recognition. That's
that's
what it's about when you're
like
trying to run a campaign. That's why
Um,
Gilbert didn't win against him this
Randall
time.
Woodson, Birmingham's mayor. He grew up like in the hood, and he just,
Mm-hmm.
he never got in trouble. Went to school. So when he first ran, I never heard of this guy, and he won by such overwhelming margins because everybody knew him, and related to him. And then it dawned on me when I first had ever seen him. I got arrested in 2012 for public intoxication, and
Mm-hmm.
I go in there the first day of course in Birmingham, and I'm just in jeans and a cap. I'm thinking my lawyer's going to plead not guilty, and we're going to set it for trial. So he comes in there, and he walks up behind. He gets my file and walks up behind this young black man, city attorney, says something in his ear, and he throws his head back laughing and turns around and punches my lawyer in the shoulder, and he says something to him, and he's laughing, and slapping each other on the back. They talk that, laughing like that. And then finally, the city attorney shakes his head, yeah. My lawyer calls me outside and he said, I pay court costs. He said, charges are dropped. And I said, how'd you do that? And he goes, we golf together every Thursday. And that young city attorney at that time was Mayor Randall, Mayor Randall,
Wow.
who dropped the charges. But yeah, I wanted to tell you this right here. When we're talking about races, it just ain't gonna happen. And she's probably gonna listen to this, and she's probably gonna kill me. But I told her my opinion on it. I'm good friends with Robin Lotiker. She ran for Public Service Commission a couple of times. She's a white lady in her mid 60s. She thinks that she can beat Terry Sewell, and I've tried to tell her you're not going to beat Terry Sewell. If I said if she was that unpopular with the black community, they would get another black person run against
Yep.
her. These black ministers are not going to come out here and support you.
Mm-mm.
And if it looked like that you was giving her a close race and she was in trouble, they would, no, what's the word? Not weaponize them, mobilize to come
Mm.
out to keep that seat because that is a black district. Um,
Yeah.
and that's what my thought. And this congressional thing, I actually hear some people bitching about this right here. This race is set aside like this. The blacks probably almost make up 30% of the population of the state, and there's 7 districts. So I understand where that they should have a second representation. It's just going to be so hard to find it, man, because you've got this heavy center populations in the black belt. It's just going to be
Mm-hmm.
so difficult to cut that out.
Yeah. It's a bad look to me to try to map it out where you're doing it based on color. Like,
Yeah.
because imagine this. Imagine the Supreme Court telling Alabama or whatever state, you have to have another 2 districts that are all white, majority white. That wouldn't go
Or
too well.
what's
But
going to
when it
happen
comes
is the
to
next time they're going
black,
to
it's
say,
like all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we're supposed to do that. But
what,
I mean, if you look at the state, it's pretty. I mean, Birmingham is majority black city. Montgomery's majority black city.
let's
You
see,
got
Mr. What are they going to say in San Francisco? Oh, you've got to have a gay, a gay uh, representative. Or in Los Angeles, you've got to have an all Asian seat.
yeah.
Where do we draw the line at?
Yeah, exactly. See, now you start going down that slope of where do we end this at? Because aren't the trans using the civil rights movement? So if you're gonna do it for the black people in Alabama, making their district, giving them another district, then yeah, San Francisco or Atlanta or somebody is gonna say, hey, we need a gay representative, like
Did you see where the
mandatory, like
trans just
yeah,
made
in
the
black and
runoff?
white, we gotta have it.
Did you see where the trans just made a runoff in Jefferson County?
Uh,
Yeah, it was a couple of days ago. They had a special election. It was a transgender made the runoff.
what?
Yeah, it was a all predominantly black district. I'm thinking they just didn't know who they was voting for. Um,
Oh my, wow.
yeah, I
Is it
was
is it
hoping.
is it, so, hold on? Is I already know it's got to be a man to going to a woman.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
got to be right. I mean,
yeah. Because I
every time.
don't because 90% of them, that's what I see. Um, is that, and I remember the first time I ever come across one. I didn't know whether to say yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am, or what I was supposed to say because I was waiting tables at the time, and I didn't know what to say with that, and uh, and I wonder how does this I started seeing more when I go to Birmingham, black transsexuals. Now, how does that go with the black? Because I know black folks, that they're not down with that. I mean, I wonder how that was flying because
It
white people are more tolerant of it than black folks are.
Yeah, it's become something that is. It's always been something that's been frowned upon. But see, this is where society as a whole and the media as a whole has kind of pressured the black community because and really it's been black people that's been in leadership. So the mayors like Mayor Reed, Mayor Woodfin, these black mayors of like Atlanta and DC and Muriel Bowser in DC and then Baltimore. You got these black mayors and leaders that are telling black people, "Hey, we need to move over this way." So they're bringing them toward this debauchery. And whereas it used to not be a thing where it was accepted, but the leaders are bringing black people and telling them, "Hey, it's a new day. We got to be more, inclusive." Like that's the word, right? Inclusive, and that's why it's becoming more acceptable. And celebrities. So I remember for me growing up, we used to listen to hip hop. It was unheard of to have a gay rapper. If they did anything that we call it suspect. If you did something suspect in your
Yeah,
music, we're like questioning you, like, okay, why did he just say that? Now, fast forwarded, um, Frank Ocean, who's an R&B artist, was the first one I recall that came out and openly said he was gay. That was in like 2013 or 14,
yeah,
somewhere in there.
yeah.
And so then fast forward, now we got Lil Nas X. You got Young Thug. You got guys dressing in dresses and all
I
kind of
never
stuff, right?
thought I
Young
would see
Jock
that.
was in a dress. So now it's become fashionable or whatever. So now the kids are growing up seeing it. See, that's why I said it matter. It does matter what is out in the open
I never thought I
because
would see
these
that
kids are being
in my
influenced.
lifetime.
Yeah,
Not
there's a
in hip
reason
hop.
why 20% of Gen Z say that they're LGBT supporters. 20%. They've done polls, 20%. It went from like less than 1% like 10 years ago. Now it's 20%. Why
See,
is that? Oh, because the media, the celebrities, everybody's doing it. So kids catch on to what's popular.
I don't know if I would be called a supporter, because I don't, as long as somebody's living their life and going to work and they're coming home and they're not messing, I'm not going to get involved in that. But when they start having like the parades and stuff and trying to force the stuff, that's when I start having the problem. Um, I
They're
mean, you,
they're
you
never going to not bother us. They don't have to do that because, like we said earlier, it started out with gay people just being tolerant. You know, you gotta be tolerant.
yeah,
Then it moves to acceptance. It keeps going. They keep upping the ante. It's never going to be where they can just do what they want to do behind closed doors. They won't bother us. Sin never wants to do it. So do sin alone. It always wants to bring people along. If think about this, misery loves company, right? People who
yeah.
are miserable, they don't want to be miserable by themselves. They want to bring others into that misery. Where same thing when these people that are doing this debauchery, living a lifestyle, they want others to live the lifestyle. So now they feel better about doing it. They know it's
Let me
wrong.
ask you this:
They're conflicted.
what? Because I've had a hard time really describe figuring this out myself. What what do you consider trans? Do you consider that gay? Because it's almost like something totally separate to me. I mean, uh, if somebody's
Yeah, I
dressed,
mean,
I don't know.
I mean, to me,
It's not straight. I mean, I know that, but I don't know
yeah,
if it's,
so as far as like being like to me, bi has always been something gay. Like
oh
if you're
yeah, yeah,
a person's
absolutely.
bi, you're gay because
You're
you have to
gay.
be gay to be
Yeah,
bi.
you're gay.
So
Yeah. Don't
that's
tell me
that.
that shit.
When we
Yeah.
come to the trans thing, now see all of this. This is how I view it. I view it. You know, it's we're all spirits, so we all have a spirit of good and spirit of evil. That's just everything. Everything is a right and a wrong. Everything is a choice, right? When we wake up in the morning, we have to decide certain things to do, right? So we know brushing our teeth is good, taking a shower is good. We know working is good. We know certain things are good, right? And then there's certain things that's bad. You know, shooting up drugs, being promiscuous, just being dangerous, living life dangerously is not good. So we understand this. But when it comes to this trans thing, all of a sudden we're supposed to be uh, you know, it's cool for them to do that, but those people who are doing that, they're conflicted. There's a reason why they have the highest rate of suicide than any other demographic. There's a reason why, but see, they want to push it and say it's because we don't accept them, and so they feel pressure. No, they
No.
no. Society has gone out of its way to make them
Yes.
feel comfortable. We have laws that literally say they're protected.
Yes.
So miss me with the sob story of they have it hard. No, they don't. They're conflicted. They know it's wrong. They're still living it out, and so they're understanding that that lifestyle is not helping them, and so they end up committing suicide because they thought it was going to change their life, and it didn't.
So you just mentioned something a while ago I want to ask you about. Because there's a lot of things I'm libertarian, I guess, on, and one of the biggest things that I think needs to be reformed is the drug laws in this country are draconian. When Reagan passed his war on drugs, it's been a complete failure. I mean, millions have been spent. It's accomplished nothing but just putting more and more people in prison. Well, what do we need to do? I mean, prison's not the answer for an addict.
Well, okay.
Now, if that
There's
addict's
different
committing
levels to this.
crimes,
Yeah,
yeah, I agree.
there's different levels.
Yeah,
So when he did the war on crime in the 80s, the drug of choice was crack.
right.
All right. Now we have to understand that when it comes to certain drugs, marijuana, crack, heroin, that's an urban drug. These are urban drugs.
Hmm.
Whereas you have certain like people that use those drugs and also that sell those drugs. Now the people that sell those drugs are engaged in a lot of violent activity in order
Right,
to sell their drugs and make their money. Right?
right,
people who people who are selling mushrooms, there's not like a black market of mushrooms where people are out here like to be honest, let's be real. Where in America are there white people shooting up each other's house over territory, over a block?
I mean,
Where does that happen?
I mean, you got a good. They did it. You're right. It
I mean,
doesn't.
you know what I'm saying? I ask people this question when I talk to like black people or whatever that are, whatever they believe racism and all this. I ask them these questions. Show me the white people doing what the black people are doing. Because black
Does
people
white people
will,
get mad at you when you say this stuff?
I mean, they get mad, but they can't answer the question. Like, because they answer the question honestly, now they're understanding, oh, okay, well, yeah, he got a point. I mean, it's just common sense though. People just don't want
Yeah,
to say it out loud. I'll say it out loud.
yeah. That's what I said. As you said earlier, I got to respect. You say that because a lot of people. I mean, I can see where people get mad at you. For saying stuff like that. When I mean, like you said, white people aren't shooting up neighborhoods but say, that again goes back to what I think that happened with the Democrats is they put black people almost in a perpetual form of type slavery where they can't get out of poverty, and that's going to breed violence every time.
Yep, but the poverty is not the reason why they're doing the crimes. Now they will have you believe that, but see, I always ask this question too. How come in Appalachia, where you have the poorest people in America, in Appalachia, they're white people? How come they don't have extremely high rates of crime like that?
That's a good point.
They have high rates of drug use, but their drug use is either meth or it tends to be opiates. So they're not fighting over territory. Who they getting the opiates from? Their pharmacy. They're not getting it from the streets.
This is a
But
fight
by
over
and large, they're getting
territory.
it from the doctors.
So this is a fight over territory then.
Yeah. When it comes to the crack and the heroin and that type of thing in the urban community, that's why the war on crime the war on drugs happened, was because the crime rate was so bad because there was so much killing and innocent people getting hit as a result of these gangs selling these drugs. That's what it was about. It's not really about the drug itself. It's about the violence that comes along with the drug use and the drug
Okay.
selling. When it comes to opiates, there's no battle going on in the streets of suburbia over opiates because they're not getting it from the streets. They're getting it from doctors, the hospitals, the people who work in the hospitals that are corrupt. They're the ones selling it. They ain't fighting over no territory. They got the territory. They're at the hospital.
Man, that is a good point.
You know what I'm saying? So I was talking to a guy recently, and we had a little debate, and he was bringing this up, talking about the drug thing, right? And he tried to convolute the opiate crisis with crack selling, and I had to correct him on this. I'm
Yeah.
like, it's not the same thing.
Uh-uh.
Opiates, like I said, it's not streets. Crack is, heroin is. It's different. And I'm like, unless you've been around this type of environment, you're not really going to understand it completely. But
I know exactly what you're saying.
yeah, but these movies, like if you watch movies like if you ever watch the show called The Wire, great
No, I've never
depiction of
watched it.
the lifestyle.
I mean, because these opiates, you know, it got so much attention really because it was affecting white America.
Yeah,
That
it
I mean, when
was.
it
Yep.
starts affecting white teenage girls, I'd say that's going to get publicity every single time.
Yeah. And it's see, but see, the publicity wasn't really different from when the crack era happened because that was huge. Like when you got
I
the
remember.
president saying, "Yo, we got to do something about this," that's a lot of attention, right? And that was urban America. And even let's not forget who pushed for the crime bill. Not only was it Biden that wrote it,
Bill
but who
Clinton
pushed it? Black people. They supported it by and large. Sure
and
did.
Clinton signed it,
Yeah.
and that
Yep.
calls for
And he did.
more
And
more
the black caucus
incarceration.
supported it and black Americans supported it because they
And
saw
it
the neighborhoods
led to the
in war
more
zones.
incarceration of black males than any time in history.
Yep. And but see, why the see here's the issues. The welfare state happened prior to the crack era happening. The welfare state happened where they pushed men out of the home. Right after that happened, guess what happened? Crack era. You see
Yeah,
what
I'm
happened?
following you.
It was that's why I say it was a planned thing. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't like, hey, we're gonna give them more government and then everybody be great. No, by the government coming into the home and splitting the house up, you put men at a disadvantage automatically. So these women are at a disadvantage, but the government's taking care of them. The man ain't getting taken care of.
Right.
What's he gonna do?
You
Well,
know, I interviewed Chris Woods, who ran for mayor of Birmingham twice. I voted for him the first time he ran. Super nice guy, great. I mean, just a great man all the way around. He played football at Auburn. And so he had a proposal that what he wanted to do is bring trade schools back, and so that they were offered a trade. So when the blacks graduated from the inner city of Birmingham, they would have one or two trades. And I thought, man, that is a great idea right there. If they can come out and get a job as a welder or a plumber or something like that has where you're
yep,
making $30 an hour, that's gonna help a lot. When they do
absolutely would, absolutely
that.
would.
Uh, yeah, I've never heard anybody else say that. Um, that's why the Army recruiters do so good in the inner city. I mean, man, they
Yeah,
rack up there because they want to get those kids want to get out.
yep.
So, tell me, what is the answer, man? I mean, what for the black community? I mean, what needs to be done?
What needs to be done was paramount. Number one, the government needs to figure out some kind of way because the government had no problem coming in and separating families, black, white, whatever. They came in and separated families. Blacks were affected the worst, the most, but white people got affected pretty heavy too. Um,
Yeah, because it's just
what needs
law
to
of
happen
averages.
is the government needs to come in and figure out a way to incentivize and encourage families to get together and stay together.
A
Now,
nuclear family.
I asked the mayor this like some months ago at a town hall. I brought this up. I got immediate pushback, right? Because they're saying we're the government. We can't pay you to get married, and we can't pay you to stay married and all that. I said, sir, with all due respect, y'all had no problem coming in and separating the family. You
Right.
incentivize that. Now just incentivize them to stay together. They don't want to do that because you keep the chaos going. If family the look around the world, any country that has strong family units, they have lower crime. They're taken care of. People
I
look
mean,
out
that's
for each
so.
other anywhere in the world. I don't care what country it is, what culture, anything. They tend to have order because the family is strong. Anywhere where you got trans out of control and divorce is just rampant or whatever, government coming in separate, they are in disarray.
The
It's
nuclear
just that's
family.
just what it is. And
Because
so that's number one, is incentivizing that for families. Now, when it comes to what you just said, they can do on as they're getting that together, do trade schools, definitely. Stop pushing these kids to go to 4-year universities and colleges that they're not qualified for.
man, I've said that one time and people jumped all over me because I said some kids aren't meant to go to college. I said, get them this. Well, that's just a racist way of thinking and a bigoted way of thinking. I said, no, it's not. I'm just telling you. I said, some people are not smart enough to go to a 4-year university. I said, so get them a job I mean, a welder to me is more important than, a pharmacist.
That's right. My brother, who has white, we got the same mama, white, but he has a white dad. He's white. He didn't go to college. He wasn't college material. He didn't care about it going to college. He's white. It's not just a black white thing. Like it's just people, like you said, it's just people that just some people are not fit for it. It just so happens that a lot of black people in particular aren't cut out for it. That's just the reality.
Do you know who Brandon Dean is?
You see here's the issue. American society and the government has tried to force certain things to happen. When you try to force people into places that they don't belong, it never turns out good. That's why we're seeing a less quality in the workplace. We're seeing less quality in education. because they're forcing
Yeah,
people
'cause
into these
black schools are
areas that
so
they don't
bad,
belong. They
man.
haven't earned their spot there.
I mean, the urban schools, man, are just, I mean, it's pathetic how, I mean, the education they're getting these kids. Um, I mean, so many are graduating illiterate. Do you do you know who Brandon Dean is?
Brandon Dean, no.
Okay, he ran for senator last time as a Democrat, and I've hardly ever had any hostile interviews before in my life, but this one turned hostile from the beginning. And
Mm.
he said it started off that he was running as the black candidate for the black agenda. And I said, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah.
And he keeps saying that he was running just for black people. Well, so the whole conversation it's got up, and he talks about and how, you know, the way he's been treated his whole life with racism. And one time I fired back. I said, "You had a full ride scholarship to Harvard, and you studied in African American studies and didn't even graduate. Why did you waste that?" So it starts getting, I mean, it starts getting more and more hostile. So he starts demanding, and please don't think bad about me with this, because it was just a joke that I was answering ridiculousness with ridiculous. He was demanding, he said, "You people owe us reparations." And but the third time he said that, I said, "Okay, all right, here's the deal. If you want reparations, then the first thing you need to do is you need to go pay all the white Southerners reparations because they lost $22 trillion worth of property." And he, and, and, and it would just be as ridiculous. I knew you would think you would get the joke, but some people got so mad at me. I said the only thing I was doing was answering ridiculousness was ridiculous, and he lost his damn mind when he said that, because I said, "Man, I said, look, what more? Why more do you need reparations? You had a full ride scholarship to Harvard. I mean, what more could you be asked for?"
Yep.
I mean, and and I want to touch on something too. Get your opinion on, you know, Kaepernick. He was never until his ass got benched. He was never a social justice warrior,
Nope.
and
Nope.
then he started taking a knee in the national anthem.
Yeah. I just talked to somebody about him the other day, like 2 days ago. Um, Somebody asked me, looking back on that situation, did I think that he went about it the right way or whatever? And I said no, he sure didn't. See, once again, like you said, he was playing ball. He went to the Super Bowl. The very next season, they figured him out, and he just wasn't that quarterback. Okay, he got benched. When he got benched, that's when all this kneeling and stuff happened. And he said, "Hey, I talked to this military person, and they said, yeah, it's a good idea to do my free speech or whatever by kneeling." Like, so you talked to one person that's a military, and you said that, oh, I guess their word is gold. So they speak for all servicemen and women. Okay, cool. So he thought in his mind, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. What, dude? Common sense tells you the NFL is a highly conservative spectator sport.
Absolutely.
You got to understand. You got to understand who paying your bills, buddy. Who buying your jerseys? Who's going to your game? Like earlier, we brought this up. Who goes to the games? White men. Who watching on TV? White men.
White men.
If you were just dealing with black people, you wouldn't be this star. You wouldn't
But you
just
know what
wouldn't be
I
there.
hated the most is they focused on him and the one other guy that was kneeling. They didn't focus on the other 52 black players that had their hand over their heart while singing the national anthem.
Yeah,
They
it
didn't
was all
focus on those.
political.
It was
It
all
was it, it,
political. They
it was
didn't
all
focus
political,
on
and
that, man.
see he recognized he was smart about it because he recognized a niche that he get into and a way for him to gain notoriety, which it worked because the man has made millions and millions of dollars off the field by
And
doing these documentaries and
I
whatever
said,
all
well,
this stuff he
somebody said,
does, and his
well, he
wife
did it
is
because
just
he got
crazy as
benched.
he is.
I said, I promise you, it ain't because he that. I said, if he could play, I said, no, they would have his ass on the field. Nobody gonna care
Yeah.
about that.
Hey, don't forget, people act like they forgot. Terrell Owens was a headache in the locker room. Did people
Oh, he was
forget?
a cancer.
But guess what? His on the field performance outweighed the off the field stuff.
I mean,
So
he
they
was
gave him a
horrible.
chance, but they talked about him like a dog week in and week out because he was so toxic, but he was so talented. So best believe they would give you an opportunity, but Kaepernick just didn't.
I mean,
He,
that got
could
me
he have
thinking about
played? He could
something.
have played. He could have been backup. He could have done.
Uh,
I give him that, but he
what
wasn't worth it.
one of
He
my
just wasn't worth it.
friends raised hell a couple years ago when Nick Saban walked around the street with his players. I think it was a Black Lives Matter thing or something. Walked around the block. And I can't believe it. I said his team is 85% black, man. What did you expect him to do? I mean, did you expect him? I mean, come on, man. I mean, you've got to show some kind of some unity with your, if your players go. I mean, what did you expect? I said, I figured every trailer park in Alabama would have a Black Lives Matter flag hanging out after he did that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it does make sense to do that. I just didn't like the whole Black Lives Matter thing because it was just all a farce. It was all just made up to make money and be political. That's really all it was. And when it's the same thing they did for COVID. When COVID happened and they were doing the vaccines, all these coaches were coming out doing commercials. Get your COVID shot. They still doing it now. It's
I
like,
never took one.
dude, I don't like when they prop people up to tell us to do something, and just because they're who they are. But it's
Think
funny
about
how
how
when
that came out,
it's
man.
funny how when Trump was saying when Trump brought the vaccine out, all the Democrats were like, "Oh, I'm not getting that. It's Trump." Like they didn't even trust it. As soon as he got out of office, everybody's like, "Go get the vaccines." Like, didn't
Our
y'all just
first,
say don't take it?
they had the first reported test. Of course, I'm sure it was here earlier on like January 20th. And at the beginning of March, they're doing trials for a vaccine. A month like
Nope.
no. I mean, and I said somebody said something. I said, look, I've already seen what the government did. Get some black people up there to see if they're gonna take that shot. We already seen what the government did to them.
Yep.
I mean, if anybody's gonna be
And yep.
uh,
And you see um when Trump said, he made a statement which it turned me off a whole lot. He said, "Yeah, if I told people to go get the shot, they'll go get the shot or whatever. They're not gonna be hesitant. But because Biden's in the presidency, they're being hesitant. It's like, dude, like I ain't getting it because I don't care who tell me. Like, you ain't finna tell me to go do something. I'm supposed to just go do it because you said do it, just because you're Trump or you be Trump, Biden, Saban. I don't care who
there
you
was
are.
no way I was gonna
I'm
take
not
that,
getting
man.
something like that y'all just rolled
No,
out. And guess what? Guess who is the trial? We're the trial. So
I mean,
I'm not gonna be part of the
yeah,
trial.
there was no way, that I was taking that. And people say, "Oh, well, you're part of the problem. You're killing people off." This. I said, "No, I'm not taking that shot." I said, "You're not going to guilt me into this."
Mm-mm.
And I said, and because you seen, and I mean, and that's what I was trying to do. But I said, "There's no way." That I'm taking some kind of government mandated vaccine. When I was in the army, man, you should see my shot record. I mean, and looking back, there's no telling what the hell they was japping me with.
That's right.
I mean, because it is a lot of stuff. Because I do not trust anything our government says.
No, it the government is always giving us they always claim to have the antidote for everything, right? Just, if there's a problem, there's crime, the government will fix it. But the government always makes things worse. They always do,
What was
no
it
matter what
Reagan
it is.
said? The quote Reagan had a great quote. The solution or something is not government; it's less government, or something along those lines. But I mean, that's
Yeah,
what he was saying. I mean, because every time, because like healthcare, I think everybody deserves healthcare, but I don't think the government needs to be involved in it because they're just going to screw it up. But
yeah,
I don't know what the answer to that is.
yeah. I think
Somebody's a lot smarter
yeah.
than
I
me is.
mean, you know what? They need to privatize it, and I think if you privatize it, these corporations, these companies, they'll figure out a way to make it where they can lessen the cost for certain individuals that maybe can't pay top dollar or whatever to get seen or whatever. Like they'll figure that out. But see, the government always wants to come in and control everything. Just let the
Yeah,
companies
because before they had
privatize it, and
Medicare,
they'll figure it out because they won't be competitive. They want business.
that's what has driven. I mean, people don't realize that the healthcare costs. The Medicare Act is what drove that up. Because when you started being able to charge the government anything you wanted,
Yep.
you see people go for a doctor for $5. Now you're paying $500 to go in there and see somebody.
Yep.
God forbid if you have a surgery, there's
Absolutely.
$1 million over there. And it, is that's to me where lies the problem. I mean, there's got to be some kind of reform done to that because I don't know how you can put a price on what a heart surgery is going to be or what a cancer surgery is going to be. I mean, how
Yeah.
do you price that? I mean, I just I don't get that. Um, let's see if I got a question for me because I've had you on the phone forever. I didn't realize we've been going that long. Um,
That time going by fast,
what
man.
is what should people know about the captain? I mean, what is he trying to do with his show? Is he trying to, you know, bring the truth to people, like what's really going on?
Yep.
Because I don't see you as like a shock jock, just saying stuff just to get people's you know,
No, no,
just
no.
talking
I
about.
don't. No, I don't do that. I started doing I created my Facebook page in 2020 during shutdowns and all this stuff. I was still working and everything. I was considered essential by the government. So I was working and everything, but I started my From Left to Right USA Facebook page. And I just started out just talking about COVID, talking about, all the hysteria and stuff like that. And like, I don't know, I feel like God put me in a place where he created conversations with people. And so I was having conversations with everybody. Didn't care
I
what
like,
side of the
because I like your
aisle,
show.
whatever. It was just about creating a conversation. And so through that, I've been able to, build it up even more to where I'm talking to not only just regular people that I, just met or whatever, but I'm talking to politicians, business owners,
Yeah,
some everybody, other people who do like radio and stuff.
when I
Talk to
first
yourself that have your own show, your own website, and you do great journalistic work.
thank you, I
And
appreciate that.
yeah, yeah, man, for sure. I read your article by the way, the one you sent me. Um, and
You know,
so
I
yeah, like
understand where you're
I'm
coming
able
from.
to create these conversations really, and I just want to. That's really what it's about to me. Creating
Well,
conversation, making sure people hear different sides of a situation, and maybe have their eyes open a little bit
you
to
know,
what's going on, and keep them informed too at the same time. And I mean,
when I
I
first
know I
started,
say some things that
well, I'm
people
sorry.
don't like, but I don't just say stuff. It'd be easy for me to just go and say
I'm
some crazy stuff.
fine
I
with
don't do
me.
that though.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine with me. I'd rather, and that's not that when I said, be hard. It's not that I'd really say anything you didn't. I've never heard you say anything I didn't like. When I said that, sometimes maybe a little harsh. In fact, I probably agreed with you on it. But what I was just meaning is you tell it like it is, and I can appreciate somebody coming like that than somebody that's hee hawing around the bush. Because
Yeah.
when I first started that YouTube channel and was interviewing politicians, was trying to interview politicians, man, nobody would talk to me. I mean, I would hardly get, and every now and then I'd get somebody's running for, state representative or something, and the libertarians would always talk to me. And somebody told me the other day, they said, people looked at you like you was a joke 2 years ago. He said, they're not looking at you as a joke anymore. He said, they're taking you serious. He said, they were um, trying to get me, um, after I put that out, the owner of Yellowhammer News, who was Twinkle Cavanaugh's campaign manager, has been going
Mm.
around telling all the other online journals not to believe anything that I write because I'm a liar. I can promise you there is nothing I have ever written that is not true and I cannot back up. Everything I've ever written is 100% gospel. And Dale Jackson has been baiting me on Twitter, trying to get me to come on his show and talk about that article. And John Merrill told me, he said, do not do that. He said, they're trying to discredit you. That's the only thing they can do now. He said, don't take the bait. He said, they
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything else. They're trying to discredit you. He said, just keep doing what you're doing. And I said, okay. And, but now I've got people like, I interviewed Mo Brooks the other day. Um, I,
Like Mo.
yeah, I like Mo. I did ask him. I asked him politely. I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but I asked him politely. What the hell was you thinking when you said let's go down there and kick some ass and take some names? um, I mean, and I'm supposed to interview Katie Blanchard or Lindy Blanchard next week. The
Oh,
one who
who is
ran.
she?
She ran for governor against Mamaw.
Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah, I remember her now.
I've
I was like, what is she doing? Yeah. Uh-huh.
I interviewed nobody on the Public Service Commission. Here's how this started with me in the Public Service Commission. Is I tried to get an interview with one of them, and they wouldn't let me interview them. And then I started finding out really what they were about, and then I started calling down there every day. And then I made this a one man war waging against them. After I wrote that article, I called down there and offered
Hmm.
them a chance to rebuttal. And I emailed them today and offered them a chance to rebuttal.
And nothing.
No, there's nothing like they can say. I mean, man, this is criminal.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like
I
they're
mean,
paying themselves that much money and they're
think about
hiking up these prices
that.
and people are getting
That's
paid on the back end. And it's like
that's
it's just
exactly.
money's getting funneled in through what is it, hidden tax and all that. It's like what?
Yes, nobody ever put. I can't remember nobody's ever put this together before. But I had a guy who called me out of the blue, and he said he had tried to go to every news story, and they said nobody would touch it. So he told me about this thing called the performance plan pay plan. I said okay. So I went on Glassdoor, and then there's where all these bonuses were at. And I'm looking at this
Mm,
guy, who's president CEO making $5 million a year, and he's getting $4 million in bonuses. Well, a manager of a restaurant, when they make quota or something, they get a bonus. Well, how are you getting a bonus? Because everybody has to have electricity. There's not like a quota you got to meet. I mean, what do
that's
you
a
get?
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And so they're getting all these rate increases. I mean, and here's okay. Here's what something else I wish I was going to explain it better. See, the Public Service Commission, they get no money from the general fund,
Okay.
not a penny. All their funding comes from the utility. All their funding comes from the utility companies, and they, like anybody else, pass it on to the consumer. So you and me pay our power bill are funding the Public Service Commission,
Mm-hmm. That
right?
makes a whole lot of
So
sense. Yeah.
the hidden tax is they was overcharging what they were supposed to overcharge each month. At the end of the year, Twinkle Kavanaugh has now come to a total of almost $130 million. She said that she's given $10 million back to the general fund. No, you didn't. You never got any money from the general fund to begin with, so you can't give it back. You gave that money to the general fund. Now they're taking that and using it in North Alabama in the Tennessee Valley Authority that's not even up under their regulation for pet projects and political favors. And that is the hidden tax that 75% of the state's paying.
Wow.
And then so you've got that. Then you've got the rate increases they asked for. I mean, they asked for 4 in 1 year, and it's not going to cover fuel costs. It's going to cover for their bonuses.
Yeah. Yep. Man. I wonder who all the I wonder who appoints this commission. Like who appoints
They're
them?
they're they're, they're state elected.
So they're state elected. So
Yes, and guess who funds their campaigns?
who's that?
Alabama Power.
Oh wow.
Alabama Power put $4 million in the campaigns last time. They funded Chip Baker and Jeremy Odin's campaigns because they're voting for them to get rate increases, and they're funding their campaigns. It's nothing but a bribery for the rate increases.
Man. Because it makes sense that you got the power, right?
Mhm.
You're gonna have the same amount of people using the power. Like, there's not like a huge population boom or something where you're getting like
Right.
way more
We got
power
the same.
usage or
Yeah.
whatever, right? So it's like it's pretty much capped. So yeah, you're right. How can you increase profits? You increase the tax, or you increase whatever the price of the
The rate.
usage. Yeah, the rate. Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. It's not like
So they,
working at Walmart and you can build
right.
another Walmart and then you make more money off that. Oh, you
In
cut employees and stuff like that, but I
2022,
mean, yeah, it's not a
they
business
fund.
like that. I mean, it's capped.
Let me tell you this other article I wrote, and I mean, I don't. If this shows you how, or nobody will touch this. I wrote this article about Twinkle Kavanaugh and this PAC. It was called the EDU PAC. Well, the EDU
Mm.
PAC has given her $80,000. Well, the president of the EPAC is Bill Jones Jr. Who's Bill Jones Jr.? He's the executive vice president of marketing for Alabama Power.
Mm.
The treasurer, I can't remember what his name was. Who was he? He was the former head of the Alabama Business Council, who now sits on the West Alabama Chamber of Commerce. One name popped out on me. The board of the directors was a lady by the name of Lisa Beaker, wife of Chris Beaker, son of Commissioner Chip Beaker.
Mm.
The Business Council and Alabama Power are not supposed to have anything to do with funding PSC races.
Wow.
So, and there you've got. I mean, this is the most corrupt thing, and they're just getting away with it. And everybody who runs against them, Yellowhammer News, comes out with these hit pieces talking about their part of the liberal green Biden deal, and they're against coal, and the people put them back in office every time and keep getting it stuck to them because the voters are too stupid to realize what's going on. I mean, I believe there should be some kind of damn. I mean, I had to test or something because these people. There's no way. They voted to raise the rates 2 days after they won re-election.
Man, they ain't waste
If
any time.
that wasn't the biggest, stick in that, screw you in that. And they said the reason they raised the rates was to pay for rising fuel costs. Well, by that time, gas had dropped 80 cents a gallon. And
Yep.
let me tell you this right here, real quick. 2 years, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, they spent $500,000 in travel.
Woo.
They spent $250,000 in state and $250,000 out of state. They were going to these little junkets where the public service commissioners from around the country would meet, and they'd have like a 2 hour meeting in the morning in like Miami, Florida, for 3 days in a row, 2 hours each morning, and the rest of the day they're out laying on the beach drinking, pina coladas on vacation. And guess who's paying for that? That's coming out of your pocket because you're
The
funding the
tax
Public
money.
Service Commission.
Wow. And no, and yeah, see, there it goes again. Earlier, what we talked about, roots having like Hillary Clinton type people. When you got roots in the community or in certain business circles, like you just said, the Beakers, you got the husband, the wife, and the son, and you got all these people. It's a line, so they're all connected with somebody or some group. So they say, oh well, just bring in my son or bring in my nephew or whoever it is. Fill that
Well,
spot with them. They'll make $5 million a year. Like that's what they do. That's what
how
they do,
Odin got,
man. It's
Odin got on
corruption
there.
from the ground up.
Jeremy Odin, he got appointed. He was best friends with Robert Bentley. Bentley becomes governor. A seat opens up. He gets appointed to be to the commission. George Wallace Jr. was on the Public Service Commission, and he went to war over what the power companies was doing. Well, he wanted to be governor, so in 2006 he was going to run for lieutenant governor. The power company said, "Okay, if you do that, we'll fund your campaign." And as
Hmm.
soon as he pulled out and run for that race, they pulled all their funding from him and gave it to Luther Strange.
Wow. They
Um,
play some dirty games.
but dude, let me tell you this right here. When I got that phone call from that guy about 3 weeks ago, immediately the next day I started getting 30 to 50 phone calls a day, and I'd answer it, and it would just be deadpan silence. And I would try to call the number back, and it'd say it's not a working number. And I thought those motherfuckers got my phone's bugged, or they had his bugged, and they listened to everything he told me. So I said, "Do I just sit on this, or do I get rid of it?" And I thought, I got to print this thing because if I print it, there's really no reason to kill me. If they think I got something, man, I wouldn't put it past them motherfuckers to do anything to anybody. So I
Yeah.
worked nonstop putting that thing together to get it out there, so it would be off me then.
Yeah. Yep.
Because Merrill told me, John Merrill told me, he said, "I think they're messing." He said, "I think this Matrix and Alabama Power are messing with you for these phone calls." And as soon as I published it, it stopped.
Mm-hmm. Wow, man. I wonder. See, I'm wondering. The people in the state don't want to touch it, right? Like Yellowhammer or whoever, right?
Yellowhammer
I'm
wouldn't
wondering
touch
if
it.
somebody outside the state that might have an they might be,
Man,
imagine this, somebody outside the state got an interest in trying to maybe bring down a certain somebody. I wonder
I
if they would
emailed
then be
that.
interested in using that information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I emailed it to every newspaper in the state and every online journal in the state. I emailed it to the TV stations. I emailed it to MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, and
Mhm.
I don't know if anybody's picked that up. But Yellowhammer is owned by, um, uh, it was owned by John. Was the guy now? I forgot what his John, but it was owned by John Ross's wife. John Ross was the president of Alabama Power. Yellowhammer News was started by Bob Riley.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was his mouthpiece.
Huh. Okay,
Yellowhammer
I
News
didn't know that.
is nothing but state-run propaganda. Because
Interesting.
I have a friend that was going to run the story, and Yellowhammer News found out about it, and they said, "You are not running that." And he
Mm.
had what in AL Reporter, who's owned by April Marie Fogel, who her husband used to work for Alabama Power. She said, "You're not running it either." She said, "Chris Peaks is a liar."
Wow.
So the only thing they can try to do is call me. But see, that's it. I can back up everything I've said. I can back every. There's nothing that's untrue. I've never wrote anything that's a lie.
But, yeah, but see, that's probably the scary part for them because they know it. If they know it's true, and you're putting it into an article form where you got this source, that source, you're saying this, saying that, and you're putting that out to the masses. Now, I mean, as many people that want to read that can read that now. So that's a threat. Like, I
I My
mean,
website has went up almost 600% of the number of views of people that have came out there and read that since I put it out there.
yeah. And see, because people want to recognize. I mean, there are people that want to know certain information, but as information gets out, then those people spread it to other people that are like minded like them. Like, hey, I know you probably want to see this. Read this.
And I
Now more
try
people
to
are
make
wanting to
it
see it.
as simple. I try to get it down there, like they say, put it down there where the goats can get it. I try to make it as simple as what I could for people to follow and understand exactly what,
Yep.
what's going on there. Because people
Yeah.
got to
Yeah. You
know.
did. Yeah, you did a good job with that because yeah, I mean it was straight to the point. I mean you added in a mixture of your view about those people specifically, but then you brought in, well, this is what they're paying people. This person is this position. I mean, you were very detailed in it, so you gave a little bit of everything, your own opinion about them based on the facts.
I mean, and that's what I've tried to be a little unique about it because I try to throw in both sides of some stories. Like I wrote an article one time and it was about Trump, and people thought I was defending Trump, and I was like, no, you're not reading what I'm not defending Trump. I'm attacking the judicial system that is weaponized against him. You're missing the whole point. Um, but yeah, I try to get it down there, man. But wait, that ain't it. Because she never thought in her wildest dreams Twinkle Kavanaugh would have somebody coming at her like I've been coming at her, and I will not stop until election day, man. I mean, it's I'm going to tell the whole. I mean, I'm going to tell everybody as much as what I can about her. Um, she brags that she got the most votes of anybody ever in the state of Alabama. Bitch, she was running on the same ticket as Donald Trump in 2020. What did you expect?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. And he endorsed her.
Yeah,
I
and she was the
mean,
number one
the
person on
the,
the
the
ticket.
man the man said not only did she run, simultaneously, but he specifically mentioned her. So of course you're gonna get the more votes.
Do you
Trump
know?
had Alabama, like, I mean, huge votes for
She
Trump.
the first time she ran for office was 2002, and she got beat by Mamaw for
Oh
state
wow.
treasurer. The next time she ran for office was 2008, and she got beat by Lucy Baxley. And they had a rematch in 2012, and she beat Baxley then. But I can't remember. It was one of those races. Baxley was so great, man, with her sharp tongue. Twinkle Kavanaugh said Lucy Baxley was nothing but a typical Montgomery politician. Lucy fired back, well, maybe if you'd won more races, you'd be a typical Montgomery politician.
Oh man.
Um,
I kind
yeah.
I kind of like remember that. I was like high school right there, like right getting out of high school. So I remember a little bit of them back and forth they had. Cause what's the
Well,
other lady's name that was in she was like kind of heavy set lady, white lady.
oh, you talking
Uh
about Nancy Worley?
yeah, was she like homosexual or something?
I've
Or
never heard that. Now, Patricia Todd was a lesbian, but she wasn't really heavy set. But Nancy
it
was
might be a
Secretary of
Worley.
State. Worley she just died last year, and she was Secretary of State. She was one of the last Democrats elected. Um,
Yeah, it might be her.
Lucy was the Democratic nominee for governor in 2006. Um,
Was either one of them like an attorney beforehand?
all right, Lucy was married to Bill, who was an attorney that prosecuted church bombers, and then they divorced after that '86 race because of his infidelity. And then in
Mhm.
'94, she went on. She started. She started her political career. She ran for state treasurer. Well, Bill was sitting down there eating breakfast. They stayed good friends. Bill was eating breakfast somewhere, and back then, they had to count the votes, and you'd look at the Birmingham News the next day, and it'd say 96% precincts reporting. Well, Lucy was behind by about 1,500 votes, and Bill called her, and he's consoling her, and she said, "Yeah, I gave my best shot. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna get dressed here. I'll call you Jim in a little bit and concede." And Bill said, "Okay." So he went back down and started eating breakfast. He looked at the paper and he looked at the map. The four counties that hadn't reported was in the Black Belt. And he jumped up back up and he raced to the phone. He said, "Do not concede to him." He said, "These are your votes. You're going to win this race." And she ended up winning by about 1,100 votes.
Wow.
And then, she became the Democratic nominee, which was pretty cool on her own. She was debating Raleigh, and he wanted to be Reagan. And during the debates, he told Lucy, she said something, and Riley said, "There you go again." And she said, "Governor Riley, let's get one thing straight. You are no Ronald Reagan."
Man.
Yeah, but she was one of a kind. But we haven't really had a colorful politician here in Alabama in a while. I mean, we used to have some colorful ones, man. I mean, some characters.
Yeah, I mean, we had some here in Montgomery, man. The guy that died. I mean, I ain't really care for him. Alvin Holmes. That dude he'll say anything. That man
Oh,
didn't care
so
what he said.
so will John Rogers. John Rogers was down there one time and made the statement that every retarded baby born should be aborted after they're born. And he said that, and
God,
there's like that people started walking up there and like, "What did he just say?" He started writing down what John Rogers. Yeah, I mean, he'd say anything.
these people. Yeah, it ain't too many. It ain't too many. I mean, you know what? I think that I think the older men, especially, were
Oh,
as they came into this new age where a lot of this new stuff is going on, they were very outspoken, man. Like an example is like Newt Gingrich. I love
oh,
Newt
great.
Gingrich. That man has no filter. He says it like it is. And I think that people from that era, they just have a different view. They came up different. So
My favorite was Ron
nowadays,
Paul.
Ron Paul, yeah, that's another one. That's another one. I think it's something about that generation. They just came up a
Yeah, I
different
think it
way,
is too because it was like
and they wanted to be kind of
whatever.
translated to nowadays. And nowadays, man, people are soft, and
What?
so
Oh
they
man,
just and you know what? When they talk, it sounds harsher because society now wants men to be soft. Like we talk
and
about
think
that
about
whole
this,
feminine
man.
thing. They want men to come down a
We're
little bit to the feminine level, and they want to bring the
we're
feminine up to the masculine level.
we're
And
only
so
two
when men like
generations
Newt Gingrich
away.
talk and Trump talk, it sounds bad because they want everybody to be soft.
We're only two generations away from those 17-year-old boys storming the beaches at Normandy.
That's a fact.
think about how much. I mean, I put
That's
a meme.
right.
I got banned from it. Showed a man. He was dressed in a suit and a long shirt and had a cigarette. It said "Men in 1947," and it showed some little transgender day. It said "Men in 2017." I got a damn Facebook ban for that. Because I had the entire LGBTQI LMNOP come after me on that.
That's what they do.
But
They don't want anybody
the
to say
problem is if
anything
something went
you
terribly
can't
wrong.
say anything derogatory, man. If you say something derogatory, they're gonna take you down. They can't stand it.
But one of my favorite shows I still watch all the time. There's no way it could be made today, but All in the Family was one of the greatest shows ever. There's
Yep,
no way they could get away with
Archie
making that
Bunker
today.
and yep,
George Jefferson, man, that
yep,
was the
George
best. I
Jefferson,
mean,
yep,
I mean that show. There's if you made something like that today, man, it wouldn't even get out. I mean, Generation Z thinks Seinfeld's racist.
yeah, that's right. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That
I mean,
it's the cultural thing, man. Culture defines the society, and
see,
the
there was this.
culture has now accepted that you can't say certain things unless you're a certain somebody, right?
It
David
was in New York.
Chappelle can make jokes about white people, and that's funny. But
Oh
when he
yeah,
makes a joke
yeah.
about LGBT, now you're crossing the line.
Oh, I mean, yeah, because when he does it, like he was sitting over smoking one time, and there was a Mexican woman and an Asian man or something. That was the couple, Chinese, and she said something about she was pregnant and you're smoking, and he said, "Ma'am, I bet you have the hardest working baby that's ever been born." And she got mad, and the husband was okay with it, but yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, he says that um uh and and then he gets hammered for saying that, and he really didn't say anything, man. Because I
No, he
mean,
didn't.
he didn't say anything hard. I mean, I've heard a lot worse come out of people's mouths like that. I mean, some of those Red Fox tapes, man. Uh, I mean,
Hmm.
and I mean, he was the man. I mean, but it's got to where you can't say anything about anybody anymore because, like you said, everybody's so damn sensitive.
Yeah.
And what? Oh, I remember what I was fixing to say. There was a this happened about a year or two ago. I think it was in New York University. The professor was showing the Othello, and I think it was made like 1947. Well, one of the
Hmm.
characters was in blackface. Well,
Yeah.
an Asian student went and complained that it offended her. Like, you're from Asia. Why are you offended by this?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I thought was funny about Mama. They had found a picture of her in blackface in the '60s, and they expected her apology. She just doubled down on it. I mean, she said, "Look, it was a different time then. I was in college. I didn't mean anything by it."
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, when you
Exactly.
apologize, it's when you mess up, and they're all going to come down on you. But Mama doubled down.
Yep. Yeah. I give. Yep. I give it that because you can't apologize. The moment you apologize, they got you down. I mean,
Yeah,
they gonna drag you after the
yeah. I mean,
apology. They gonna drag you. Might as well
yeah,
just weather the storm, and
double
they'll
down
forget about it
on
in a
it.
couple weeks.
Yeah, it's going to go away. I mean,
Yeah,
because
it will.
they thought this woman said, if they thought a woman who's, I don't know if you said that one commercial where she said, let's talk about Hispanics, and she said, "I say no way, Jose." If they thought she was going to
Yeah.
apologize for that, the strongest commercial she had though I've ever seen was of a candidate was in 2018, and she was talking about when Bentley resigned and she took over. She said, "We cleaned up that mess. We steadied the ship." I mean that was a strong
Yeah.
message.
Yep. Yeah. She had a good campaign. She did have a good campaign after he
Whoever
left.
ran her media stuff, man, they were brilliant.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
They put her. They used her personality. They put her strong points at the forefront. That's how you're supposed to do
yeah.
it.
I mean,
That's
it
how
was
you're
like
supposed to do it,
everybody's
man.
grandmother.
And she already had the face. She already had the face value. Like everybody knows who she is. Like everybody knows her. So black, white, no matter. Everybody knows who that lady is. So all you need to do now is put her in the light of where her strengths are, her personality, that
Yeah,
country twang. Like she make her relatable. Like that's what they did. Awesome. Tim James. did not do that.
He didn't have it.
He just didn't. They just didn't. I don't know
Do
who
you
did his
remember when he
commercial.
ran
It
in
just that wasn't
2010?
it.
You remember when he ran for governor in 2010?
A little bit, a little bit.
He had the perfect ad, and Tim was about like at 7% in the polls. And I believe if he held on to this ad about a week later, 2 weeks, and then released it, he would have made the runoff. But he released this ad about English only driver's license test,
I
and
remember that.
he shot up in the polls like just skyrocketed.
I
And then he
remember that.
cut it off.
He, yep. He said if you gonna come to Alabama, learn to speak English or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, he sure said that.
I
Now,
remember that.
I thought for sure that was Roy Moore's race to lose. I mean, I thought for sure Roy Moore was going to win that race.
Yeah,
And he finished fourth.
yeah. That was
But he,
yeah, that was crazy.
but a guy told me, because I could never figure out how Moore did not walk into the governor's mansion with that Ten Commandments stuff. But he never would hire a political consultant. He always listened to his wife Kayla. And then the older he got, the stupidest stuff he said, like he made the last time when he ran against Doug Jones, he said, that he said gay people should be executed. The civil rights movement was the worst thing that ever happened to America. Blacks were better off under slavery. I was like, dude, shut your mouth. I mean, all you had to do was just sit at home and you would have won that race. Shut up.
Yeah, yep, yep.
And that,
Now
and Thomas
I don't
was,
know about that. I don't know about that slavery thing, but the civil rights movement was not a good. It wasn't good. It was not good. And I
you don't
kind of
think
talked about that earlier of
really
why.
you don't
But
think the Civil Rights Act that Lyndon Johnson passed, you don't think that was good?
no, the civil rights movement wasn't good because what it did was it forced people into. Anytime you force people into something, never good.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you
By you
can't force
forcing
it
it in
because
white
see,
Southerners,
yeah, because see, my great grandparents who were white, they
I know
had
exactly what you're saying.
black people that they were friends with and everything. We're talking about back in 1920s.
That was some of Wallace's message. Was he said that you're forcing it on there and it's not going to fly?
There you go.
And you're right. It would because I had this argument discussion with somebody, and I said, this was the argument that I made, and I told the guy, I said, well, hear me out on this first. I said, I believe that had the South won the Civil War, that race relations would have been better off today. And he said, how do you figure that? I said, well, they disenfranchised every white male after the war, and they took these ex-slaves and made them senators and representatives and lieutenant governors. So that created all kind of resentment and animosity that when they got back in power, they made sure they was never going to rise up again. Had it died a natural death, I believe, it would have you can't ever, hindsight's 2020, but I just don't think you would have had Jim Crow that lasted, for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
I
I,
mean,
I I agree. I think that organically, the people that wanted to cross the aisle, right?
mm-hmm.
The people that wanted to do it organically, it would have been a great thing because they're doing it willingly. And then other people would see that happen and see the camaraderie and see that okay, we can work hand in hand and there's no
That's
issue.
right. But when it's being forced down your throat like that,
Yeah. When you're doing sit-ins, when you're going into somebody's business that don't want you in there, look, I get that somebody you want to be accepted, right? I get people
right?
want to be accepted, but I'm not finna go during COVID when they tell them to make people put a mask on, right? They said
I
you
won't
can't
go
come in here
anywhere.
without a mask. Guess what I did? I didn't go in there and say, you're gonna let me come in your store. No, I said, okay,
I
I'm gonna
didn't
take my
cut
money
my
over
hair
to this
for a year.
store where I don't have to have a mask. You know
I
what I'm
didn't.
saying?
I mean,
Like
no,
you
I'm
don't
following you
force yourself on people who don't want you there. I don't go to
because,
people's house that don't want
yeah,
me at their house. So
I
I'm
see
not gonna go to
exactly what
somebody's
you're saying. I mean,
business
you're
and
making a
force
great
myself
point.
on them.
I mean, I never really thought of it. I mean, really all the way there because you're talking about with the sit-ins and stuff. Of course, that's going to lead the whites down there to turn violent and the police and
Yep. And another thing about this that people don't get taught about. Why is it? And then you might be able to talk about this because you grew up during like that time period, right? Like you kind of
Mhm.
came up in that time period,
I was born in '76.
76. So all right, so you kind of all right, so a little bit behind. So did you all right? So think about this right here. does it make sense to pull the black people from their school, put them with white people, and watch that happen, right? Because that's gonna be an automatic clash, right? Because you're forcing that. Well, how
My
come? How come they
I
didn't
know
take the
exactly
white kids and put them in the black schools?
my
Like
friend
nobody
my
ever
friend
brings that
Greg
up.
was talking. My friend Greg was talking about that they would have to get him up at like 4:30 in the morning and bus him 3 hours to a school. And he said the black people was against the busing too, because what I mean, because like I said, he was on the bus 6 hours a day.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know whoever came up with the idea with that anyway. But
Yeah,
we
but
have
see,
what?
they wanted the clash. That's what I'm saying. They wanted it to be that way because how come they didn't take the white kids and put them in the black schools? They didn't
So
do it that way.
what you're
They
saying
took
is
the
that
black and put them in the white kids. They knew it was going to happen.
we would have naturally integrated as in cohabitat had they let that not forced it like they did in the
Yeah,
civil rights. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
so that caused the animosity and that caused the bitterness. Okay, I can
Yeah.
see the
Look,
point you're
it's the
making on
same
that.
thing here in Montgomery, right? We have two schools on the west side of Montgomery. There's Lanier and there's Carver. In
Right?
2025, they're going to merge into. They're shutting down Lanier. It's an old building. They're getting rid of it. They're going to
They don't
move
have
all those students
Robert E.
to
Lee
Carver,
anymore. Jefferson Davis.
huh?
Didn't they used to have like a Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis?
Yeah. They changed the name this year.
Okay.
Yep, they changed the name this year.
Okay.
But so they're gonna move the Lanier
Yo, because
kids
that's
to
one thing
Carver.
I never. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, but
Um,
see, here's the
you
thing
know,
though. They're both on the west side, right? And so there's a big rivalry going on
yeah,
between these two schools. They're gonna shut down one and put them into the other school. They're all black, okay? Most of the
that's gonna
students are
be
black.
that's
But
gonna
what's gonna happen? They're gonna have fights and stuff because you're putting rivals together. Don't matter the color, they're rivals. You're forcing it. It's gonna be the same thing that
I
you
see
had
what
back
you. I
in the
mean,
Jim Crow
that's
time.
gonna be a mess. Um, I mean, I'm gonna have to pay attention to that because I can. I mean, I see what you. I mean, this looks bad. Do you think? That made me think of something. Do you think this Tommy Tuberville is this just an act that he's playing? Because this guy led the charge to take down the rebel flag at Ole Miss in '94, which was a big deal. Because he said black kids shouldn't have to be playing up under that flag, and just wrong. And then he's moved so far to the right, I can't tell. I mean, is this which Tuberville is it?
I don't know. I kind of remember that. I kind of forgot about that whole Mississippi thing
Yeah,
with the
it was
flag.
1994, and he said
Yeah.
to take because they back then Ole Miss had the Confederate battle flag on their helmet, and they
Uh
was
huh.
waving the Confederate battle flag at the games. They had Colonel Reb, and they was playing Dixie. And now you're trying to go recruit black athletes. I mean, come on, man. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you're
I
gonna get
mean,
some.
you know what? I mean, I think that's kind of. I mean, I think it becomes political. Like, I mean, see, politics ain't don't just stay in politics, right? Politics is everywhere. It's in sports. It's in everything,
Oh
business.
yeah,
So I think that probably played a part politically back then for him to say, "Hey, I'm trying to recruit kids here, and we got this going on." So maybe that's what it was. I mean, would he do that now, being where he is now? Maybe not. Maybe he'd be like, "Hey, it's freedom. Like we let's try to keep our history or whatever. Whether it's a negative history or positive history, let's try to keep the remnants of that so we remember like what we came from."
well, what do you
But
think should be? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying. To answer your question, I don't know what that was. I'm not too sure. That's a
I
great
mean,
question.
because this player said this is not the guy we played for, and it's just hard for me to, so I really don't know. I mean, he's never really said anything, anti-black or. So sometimes people get talking. Some people they mix up when people are talking about illegal aliens as being racist towards black people. I don't know, how the media has spun that, but that's not the
Yeah.
same thing. What do you think should be done with the Confederate statues? See, I think they should be taken to a park because there's plenty of Confederate parks around there, and that way, if somebody wants to go see them, they can see them. Um,
Hmm.
I don't want them to be destroyed because I think they're just such beautiful architecture. But I understand you don't want Nathan Bedford Forrest in downtown Memphis.
Hmm. Um, I can ride with that. I can ride with that a little bit. To see
You got the
the issue,
Confederate
but here's
Park.
the issue. Here's the issue with though. If you start taking those down, what they do is they put other statues up, right? Now these other people that they're putting up, who are they?
I
Some of
know
these people are
exactly.
not the most wholesome people.
Do you
So
know they took down a statue of Thomas Jefferson up in New York because of he was a slave owner? So I seriously, we go. What's next? Are they going to take down stuff of George Washington?
I mean, it's gonna get crazy because there's no end. Like, once you get started with that, it's like where do we stop at? And then they're gonna put other statues up. So what
It's like
happens
the
when we don't
renaming
like
of
those
the
statues?
bases. That was never an issue. And all of a sudden they had to rename all the bases that was named after Confederate generals.
Yeah,
who was talking about that? Um, you
like
know,
nobody, man. Look, man. I didn't care about what Lee High School was called. It's called Lee High School after Robert E. Lee. I don't care. Jefferson Davis was called Jeff. I don't like. Who
a
cares?
couple of
Like
years ago
I
they had a
always know
big
that's JD and that's Lee. I mean, y'all can name it what y'all want to name it. Percy Julian and the other one's called Jag or something. Like
they had a
I don't.
big
I'm not gonna call it that. I'm gonna call it JD and Lee. That's all I know.
they had a big issue a couple of years ago, which I think was just stupid. And Wallace Jr. made raised hell about it. But they took all in a building in Auburn at UAB, they took George Wallace's name off the building. I was
Yep,
like,
sure
you know,
did.
the guy was governor for 4 terms. Okay, I know you can't take away the good. You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, you can't ignore. If it was not, I mean, the Junior and Trade School Act. He was if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have that.
Mm.
There was something else he
So
signed too.
yeah. So
The
so
60,
so so he was duly elected.
yeah,
Didn't cheat or nothing. He won the elections 4 terms,
and his wife won one term.
and
He was
and
a
he
sit-in.
and he participated or he created something that they used.
The Junior Trade. Another thing too that just doesn't sound big, but at this time this was huge. He signed the Free Textbook Act of 1964. Until that time, to go to school, students had to pay for their own textbooks. Well, this was dirt poor Alabama. They could afford that. So students
Mm-hmm.
were going to school with no textbooks, and he signed that. And then his wife served as a fill-in for him,
Hmm.
but she died a year into office.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Lur- yeah, yeah. Because back in his first term, he could only serve one term. He was term limited. So
Mm-hmm.
there was a guy out in Texas who did this in like the 20s. He ran his wife as a fill-in, and she would pay him as $1 a year advisor. So he ran Lurleen, and the slogan was "Vote Lurleen, let George do it." And she died. So in 70, he wanted to run for president in 72, but Albert Brewer took over. So in 70, when he ran, there's a book called "The 25 Dirtiest Races in American Political History," and Wallace Brewer is the number one dirtiest race. And
Wow.
it was the most racist campaign. I mean, he was calling Brewer a homosexual too. I mean, it was bad, the stuff that went on in that race. And he barely edged Brewer in the runoff and won. What people don't realize is every one of Wallace's races, he barely won. I mean, it was razor thin margins. He was not, overwhelmingly elected.
Yeah.
I mean, it was close.
That's crazy. I've read up on a little bit of that, but I don't know all these details about it.
Well, see, I got into him when I can remember his last term, but when I was in my teens, I really got into him and I read about 3 books on Wallace. And I learned so much about the both sides, both sides of the story, and really his whole life, and learned so many different facts about the man. He ran for president 4 times. And when he got shot in '72,
Uh-huh.
McGovern, who became the nominee, when he got shot, he had 1 million more votes than McGovern, and he had like 1,000 more delegates. And then he won 3 states the next day. Had he not gotten shot, he would have went into Miami with enough delegates to win the nomination. And there is no way in hell that Richard Nixon would have wanted a fired up George Wallace with a unified base coming out of Miami, because he's got the South. He's already showed you he could run in the Midwest because he won Michigan. He's got the West. You're only a state or two away right there from him being president.
Yep. Wow.
We had 3 in Alabama that was groomed. Baxley. Now Bill still gets mad at me, or I don't ask him much, but Lucy said if it hadn't been for women and alcohol, Bill would have been president. And every time I asked Bill about that, he never wanted to be president. I'm like, Bill, you got elected attorney general at 29. You can't tell me if you had won in 80, been governor when you ran for governor 78, and you left office in 86, then you were looking at that 88 pack with Michael Dukakis and Al Gore, you would have been licking your chops. And then the other one was George McMillan. They was grooming him to be governor, and he was the one that lost to Wallace in that primary in '82. But the rumor is that what cost McMillan is he's gay.
Oh, huh.
I still know him. I've known him for 30 years. I, he's married. I can't tell. That was the rumor that came around. And I guess when you get something stuck like that to you, there's no, getting rid of it.
That's one of them things right there, man.
I talked to him today.
Huh?
I talked to him today. He still goes to work every single day at 80-something years old.
Wow.
He's still, yeah. I mean, he was, he was being groomed for. But see, his wife had the money, but since then, I mean, we had 3 there that could have been legitimate candidate. Well, Wallace was a legitimate candidate in '76 when the primaries first started. He was the front runner. He was leading in all the polls.
Mm-hmm.
But that was after he got shot too. And when you get shot, it just takes something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody gonna talk about you
when you're paralyzed. But
yeah.
I've kept you on the phone for 3.5 hours, man.
Hey man, it was a great conversation, man. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime, man. Because like I said, I love your show. I mean, I listen to it. I haven't listened to all of them, but I see that. I was real happy to see that you've had, man, thousands of views from that Richmond of Richmond that you was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, for to have like 600 some subscribers that you got, and you had thousands of views on that, man. I mean,
that's my biggest one, man. That's what I got like 23,000 views on that.
My most that I have, the most I have is probably 2,500. When I first started this, I'm a big Kennedy assassination buff, and I love the Civil War. And I was interviewing people about the Kennedy assassination, Civil War, and so my top one's got like 3,000. But I started doing like different kind of interviews, and before I got into the ones, one of the coolest interviews I had was with a Bigfoot hunter.
Was with who?
A Bigfoot hunter.
Okay.
And I had 2 interviews with this lady, which I played along and interviewed her and just listened to her story because it was for entertainment. But she claimed that Elvis Presley was still alive in a Massachusetts nursing home at 88 years old.
Wow.
And she told me the story of how he faked his death and all this stuff. And that was one of the cool ones. And I had one with now right now what mine's blowing up is I started a podcast with this lady. We'll probably have about 12 episodes out of it, but it's on the murder of John Benet Ramsey.
John Benet Ramsey. I saw the first one. I'm going through them. I watched the first one. she was you was trying to get her to answer the question about whether she believed that the writing experts were right or wrong, and she was like, she never would
That was
say
the
it
second one.
the whole time. I
She
watched
the
that whole
only
thing,
one
man.
the only one she the next one gets worse, buddy,
Yeah,
because
I
I
gotta go to
brought
the
out
next
the
one. I'm
DNA.
sorry, I'm gonna do the next one next. I know you did 3 of them so far, right?
Yeah, because the next one, I brought, she mentions just the hair fibers. I bring out all the other fibers that wasn't matched and all the DNA samples. You can't explain away the DNA samples, and she did the same thing. She just ignored me. The only handwriting expert that she said that she believed, well, it
Yep.
wasn't even an expert, was Guzman.
Was there was it like an Asian lady?
Yeah, she had
Yep.
no training, never been to school, no formal training, nothing, and she was hired by a lawyer to say that. She had no, education on that, and I'm sitting up there, and she said, "I'm trying to mislead people." Like, no, I'm reading you, straight
Yeah.
evidence.
Yeah, she
But yeah,
knew, man, because you kept, as you said, now, so you telling me that this lady who's not even qualified, you believe her, but all these experts that are renowned, they know what they're doing, they're from the Secret Service, and she's like, and she knows she can't say yes. So she's like, uh, I
and
just believe that
the
the
first,
pad was in the house and the pen was in the house, and it's like, okay, we understood that already. You
yeah,
already
I could,
said, yes, I
I,
agree. The pad was in the house. I agree
she
with all
does
that.
the same
I'm just
thing,
saying the experts say that,
and
and I don't know either way. I mean, I'm listening to y'all. I don't know. I mean, I remember the case, but I don't
oh,
know
it's
the
fixing to
intricate
get,
details. So I'm just going off what you're saying.
yeah,
You put
what,
her in the corner and she could not
oh
answer the
my,
question.
this next one that you're fixing to listen to with the forensics evidence, oh, it was worse than that. I mean, it was a lot worse than that. Now we're fixing to go into the crime scene evidence, and it's going to get even worse for her in that one. The first time because we were just having a discussion, and that's what led us to first night to doing this, because I made the statement. I said, so what the Boulder authorities want us to believe is, after coming home from a Christmas party, they put her to bed. John, unbeknownst to his wife, or maybe with her knowledge, then sneaks into her room, molests his daughter without leaving any DNA, skin cells, or pubic hair, and then she goes to sleep. And sometime after that, wets the bed. Then Patsy goes in there and kills her in a violent rage. And this is a woman who had no history of that and did not even use corporal punishment on her children. That's what you're wanting me to believe.
Man, I bet
That's the
you.
story they want you to believe. Now, does
I
that sound
man, I
plausible?
remember that story. I remember that being like a huge thing. They were like, "Oh, the parents did it. Parents did it." But
It was a
it's
rush to
like,
judgment.
huh?
It was a rush to judgment. Everybody is accused of parents, but when you
Yeah.
start going through the evidence, and as we go through this, and you see each one, the evidence will point away from the Ramseys and point towards an intruder. I mean, the evidence that I'm fixing to bring to her, the crime scene evidence, she's gonna. I mean, she can't explain that away. I mean, I can't wait to watch the one we just did on the forensics, because she was doing the same thing. There was 4 fibers that was found in the literature. Okay, and I'm not disputing that, but they
Uh-huh.
explain how that could have transferred. You can't
Yeah.
explain how the DNA got up under her fingernails. You can't explain the male DNA samples on her body. You can't explain the touch DNA.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But there is, there was just a rush. I don't, a rush to judgment of those people, and I think we're going to do some more. I was wanting to do one on Scott Peterson because I love that case.
Yeah, that
Um,
was a good one. Yep.
I'd like to do one on but I mean it's not a who done it though. I'd like to do one on OJ because I know a lot about that case too. But
Mm-hmm.
I just with the Ramses there's a who done it. I mean, sorry man, OJ killed it. You know,
Yeah. Yep.
I mean OJ did it. I mean, I'm in
Yep.
a pretty cool Facebook group called OJ Simpson Not Guilty but Liable, and we got a couple people in there, still trying to
And that's
throw
funny.
evidence out there, and I'm like. Man, like Steve Harvey said, OJ killed everybody in that driveway that night.
Hey, I mean, it, I don't even. It's crazy that there are people that are like, nah, he had nothing to do with that. Like, really? Seriously? Come
I
on now.
mean,
We know this man. We know this man was upset. He always upset because she was talking. She was seeing the other guy. another
Man,
football player.
I
Like
believe
this man was upset. He
and
had a motive and everything.
she, and don't take this the wrong way, but I believe she brought some of that on herself because she got off on making him jealous
Yep.
and she was rubbing it in that face. He's paying for her house, paying her all that alimony, and somebody else is hitting it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
enough to
that.
make it, like Chris
Yeah. I
Rock said,
mean,
I ain't saying he killed her, man, but I understand.
That's a lot. That's a lot to try to put in somebody's face, man. That's not. Yeah,
I
it,
mean,
it definitely don't want to do it to a guy who's already shown that he's can be violent. Like
I
that's
understand.
crazy. Yeah,
But
that's too
they
much,
put
man. She.
his lawyer's so good, man, because they put the whole LA Police Department on trial, and I don't, when the thing with Furman that I still don't understand with the defense or the prosecution is why they did not explain that he was playing a fictional character for a play when he made those statements. He was not saying them as a police officer; he was saying them from a script, and they did not try to explain that away.
Hmm.
You
I'm not.
no,
I'm not even
yeah.
familiar with that part.
Oh God, when Furman was saying words so many times, he was playing a fictional officer from the LAPD that was a racist figure, and it's for a screenplay that was being written, and
Mm-hmm.
he was being um uh he was brought in to play this part. So all those tapes was just an act. It was not like
Wow.
him actually talking to somebody, and the prosecution never explained that to the jury.
Hmm.
So now you got
Interesting.
him just saying, the N word left and right, and they didn't explain it away. And, I mean, I don't know what that's thinking.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah. But, my man, so what do you do
But
for a living now?
man, so I do security. That's my job.
Okay.
Um and I do this right here, man. Um
Well, that's what I'm hoping, man, is that, like they said, for me to even get close to normal, I would have to have a neck and two back surgeries. And I've never
mhm.
seen anybody come out like that. I'm hoping that I can keep writing, pumping out enough shit that I can get it where I can get monetized. Because Bill Britt, who does the Alabama Reporter, he started just like me and just started writing
Mm.
stuff, and now he's built it in there. And if I keep getting stories like this, man, that nobody else wants to touch, uh,
Yep.
either I'm going to end up dead.
Now hopefully not, man. Hopefully what'll happen is it'll blow up and everybody'll be looking at you as like, okay, he's the go-to guy for us to get the real information.
Well, there's a couple guys that keep promising me a job on their staff if they win the Public Service Commission, and I'm really good friends with John Merrill. And my hope is to be his press secretary if he becomes governor.
Hmm.
Merrill is if Merrill wasn't such a dumbass, he would be our senator right now, but you know, he couldn't keep it in his pants.
Oh man.
But I can call him anytime. I mean, he'll answer the phone immediately.
Oh, that's good. That's
And I
cool.
like that. Yeah, Ainsworth. I can't stand Ainsworth.
Oh yeah.
I can't stand. Oh my God!
I'm not a fan of
uh,
him either.
I'm good friends with Troy King,
Okay.
and
I went
um,
to his mother was my school teacher.
oh really?
Sure was.
So
She taught me English.
so Troy, man, I'll tell you a couple quick stories about him. Bob Riley, he wouldn't go along with Bob Riley's stuff when he was Attorney General. So a guy named Tim Witt put a political hit out on him. It said his wife
Hmm.
caught him in bed with a intern that was the homecoming king of Troy University.
I remember this.
And Troy was telling me about how he had to tell his kids, it was like 8 or 9 years old, look, you're going to hear this stuff about daddy, but it's, untrue and, just ignore it. And I told him, I said, Troy, you're a better man than me. I said, because I'd have laid more hands on him than a Pentecostal preacher running a Saturday night revival. I said, but I said, and then I went straight to Bob Riley and gave him a country ass whooping too. But he ran for attorney general again in 2018.
Yep.
And he said the initial polling, he was 10 points ahead of Marshall. And then Marshall's wife killed herself. And then what do you do?
Oh wow,
And
hold
he's
on a second. Marshall's wife, Steve Marshall's wife, killed herself.
either either she killed herself or
Or he did it.
there are a lot of people that say claim that because they locked that.
What?
Oh yeah, man. It was with his gun. They was supposedly on the phone. It was in Franklin, Tennessee. They locked that city down where nobody could get in or get out. I've heard people that said the autopsy report said this. It was inconsistent with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I would never go on the record by saying that, but yeah. And she killed
Hmm.
her. So she dies. And Troy said he had a 10-point lead. And they flew Roger Stone here to Birmingham to help him. And Roger Stone said he was going to call a press conference and say Steve Marshall killed his wife. And Troy King said, "No, you're not." But he, man, if it had been, he would have been governor. I mean, if that,
So you saying Roger Stone flew in to help Troy out, Troy King out?
they flew Roger Stone in from Montgomery or from Washington to be an advisor during the runoff.
Hmm. Okay.
And
I like Roger
but
Stone. That's my guy right there. I like him.
I love Roger Stone, man.
Yeah.
I think I think he's hilarious. I wanted to I can never back this up, but do you know why they say he got he was it was part of the Dole campaign in '96. He got fired right in the middle of the convention. You know what the rumor is?
No.
They said he was running an ad in a swingers magazine asking for black dudes to come over and bang his wife while he watched.
What and where that came from?
That was what they said on the weekend update on Saturday Night Live one night, and I cannot find it. I cannot find any stories of that. But the
Wow.
black dude who does, um, but I mean, Stone, he's got a. You ever see that picture of Nixon that's tattooed on him?
No.
Oh, his whole back's just a tattoo of Richard Nixon,
What in the world?
and he didn't even graduate college.
Wow. I know he's an oddball. I know that
Yeah,
he's an oddball, man. I like him because
Stone.
he just I
I
like him
I
because
like
he
Bannon.
just so just I don't know, he's just different. He's a different guy.
I mean, one guy that was funny to me was, especially when Trump talked to him, was Steve Bannon. They said he cussed him like a dog every day,
Yeah, Steve is man. Steve's something else.
and they said he cussed Jeff Sessions out every day. They said they would be in meetings, and he would just look at Sessions and just start dog cussing him. Because
Oh
Sessions,
man.
just except from that, that Russia thing, he said he would just dog cuss Sessions.
Poor Jeff.
Yeah, and then Jeff came back thinking he was going to get that Senate seat. And man, I
Nope.
went to a meeting, and his people there giving out stuff, and his campaign place card had a picture of him wearing a Trump hat and still saying he was the first senator to endorse Trump. I was like, "Have you no shame after that way that man treated you, and you're still going to sit up here and claim to be a Trump
Yeah,
supporter?" I mean, he castrated you in front of the entire nation,
sure
and
did.
you're still going to do that.
Yeah, politics, man. Politics. He had to keep that connection there because that's the only thing that can keep him alive.
I never liked Sessions.
Yeah, that was you know, I
I never liked Shelby.
yeah, oh man, Shelby definitely came across as like one of them swamp rats. Like that dude he's Joe Biden on the Republican side.
I mean, he was a liberal Democrat until '94,
But boom, there you go.
and then when the Republicans took over, he switched. Um, I never liked Shelby. I didn't vote for Katie Britt.
No, I didn't either. Same thing. I thought about her. I was at a Republican event and her name came up, and I was like, oh my god, Katie Britt. That
I
that's a,
voted.
that's another Richard Shelby. She's just a
I,
young version.
I wrote an article
She
about
gonna be
that
there.
then.
She gonna be there for 50 years. Watch, she gonna be 70 years old. We gonna be, you know what I'm saying? We gonna let's
Yeah, we'll
see.
be
And
long dead.
how old is she? Like 40? How old is she?
I don't even know if she's that old.
Yeah, she might not be. Let's say I'm 35. Maybe she's like 35. Man, she'll
I'm
be
fixing to be
70 years old,
47.
bro. Like 40 years from now, she gonna be still in office. Watch, because I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, you're
She's an
right. I
attractive
mean,
woman. Right
Oh
now
yeah,
she's young, so
and you don't
she,
look for you to lose a Senate seat or congressional seat. You've got to have done something screwed up, man, because you just don't get beat in the House and the
yeah, that's
Senate. It
right.
just doesn't happen.
Exactly.
I mean, when somebody
Exactly.
loses their Senate
She
seat or their
she
House seat,
she's gonna make relationships. She's gonna be relationships. Be out. She's gonna be deep in that corruption. She gonna have a
you know,
seat forever.
Jeremiah Denton. I don't know if you ever heard of that name.
Who is it?
Jeremiah Denton.
No.
He got elected senator in 1980 on Reagan's coattails here in Alabama. First Republicans ever elected to senator since Reconstruction. And he served one term. And in 86, he was running for re-election against Shelby. And he ended up barely losing that race because he spent his entire time in Washington and never came back and visited the state.
Mm.
And they used that against him. But here's what would be such an interesting political study. That's the same year the Baxley Hunt race I was telling you about earlier. With
Yep.
Hunt headed the ticket with 56% of the vote, and Denton lost. How did Denton lose?
Hmm.
Let me tell you
You
something
said,
else. Denton lost. Denton got like 49%. He was an incumbent senator. Hunt was running for governor and got 56% of the vote, and he could not carry it enough to get reelected. Let me tell you
hmm.
another interesting one to look at that I did for political science junkie. In 2008, for the first time in forever, we sent 3 Democratic House members to Congress. That was the year Obama was on the ticket in Alabama. How did that happen?
Hmm. That is interesting.
Because Obama didn't do well at
They
all.
sent three
They sent
congressional
3.
district.
Terry Sewell won
Uh-huh.
hers. Parker Griffith, I think it's him. That up there in the second, he won, and then the second congressional district sent a Democrat there, and they hadn't sent a Democrat in for years, and they both got beat the next time. But we sent 3 Democrats to the House.
Hmm.
The second congressional district, it in 1964, a guy named Bill Dickinson won that race during the Goldwater sweep. We sent 3 Republicans there. Well, he held on to that seat for 28 years and retired in 1992. And George Wallace Jr., who was halfway through his treasurer seat, decides to run for that. Why he decided to run for a seat that had been Republican for 30 years, I'll never know. And they did some redistricting that took some heavy black districts out of his voting block and switched it. And he
Hmm.
lost that race by 4,000 votes. And that killed his political career. The shine was gone off of it. I mean, why he ran for a seat that was, held for a Republican, thought he could win.
Yep.
And then, he ran for, tried to run for lieutenant governor the next time against Siegelman and a guy named Graffenreid and got hammered. And, um, you know, I know Siegelman too. I was supposed to have an interview with him, man. We'd been emailing each other back and forth, and then he just stopped.
Huh.
And
What?
I don't know. I mean, we was emailing each other just about every day, and he was going to consent to an interview, and then just stop returning any of them. I'm supposed to get Bob Riley's phone number,
Okay.
and I'm going to try. I'm going to call him. I tried to call the guy today that on Yellowhammer News that was telling everybody I was a liar. He didn't answer.
He ain't going. Yeah, he don't want. He don't want that smoke.
I called Tommy Tuberville the other day.
What happened with that?
He didn't answer his phone. I called Doug Jones. Um, he was going to let me interview him or talk about letting me interview him, and then he just stopped talking to me all of a sudden. Um, he um, oh, you need to listen to the interview I did with um, I wish he would have let me did it on a different day because I just had my wisdom teeth taken out, man. And I was hopped up on pills and I sounded horrible. But I've got an interview on there with oh God, I can't. What the fuck's his name? Anyway, he was Dynamite Bob Shamliss's lawyer in the church bombing trial that Baxley prosecuted in '77,
Mm-hmm.
and I interviewed him
How
about
far back was it? How long ago?
It's about 2 or 3 years ago. It was in
Okay.
August, and I was just calling trying to set it up, and man, at one point I had to cut filming because he thought I was becoming aggressive. I said, "Look, I'm not. Everybody deserves a defense. Okay, that's what's constitutional. I'm not faulting you for being this man's defense attorney. I'm just trying
Mhm.
to find out what was the defense's strategy going into the case. That's it. Okay, I'm not faulting you for defending him at all, and
Yeah.
that you can still tell in that man's voice the regret he has for defending him. Because
Mm.
he said at first he didn't really think he was guilty or he had his doubts, and I said, well, what was your defense, your strategy? He said, I was going to put him on the stand. He said, and either the jury was going to believe him or they wasn't. It was going to be his word against his niece. And he refused to get on the stand. And he took him into the next room and said, if you don't take the stand, he said, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. And he said he looked in his eyes and he knew then that man was guilty as hell.
Wow.
And
Man.
I also interviewed John Robbins. He was the one that interviewed, he was the one that represented Thomas Blanton. And I think that he out-tried Doug Jones in that case because of the evidence they had against him and then what he countered it with him. I'm not saying, that Blanton was innocent by any means, but I said, how does it make you feel when you know you out-tried him and you get a guilty verdict? And it's like, man, it's like somebody kicks the wind out of your stomach. And I said, did you really think that you was going to be able to get, there's no way you would have gotten acquittal in there in Birmingham on that, man. I mean, why would you not try to move it out?
Mhm.
I mean, because your best hope is a hung jury in a situation like that.
Yep.
I mean, that's the
That's
only
right.
thing he could. Really, that's the only thing. You're not going to get an outright acquittal on something like that. That guy.
No.
Who was the last one that got convicted over there in Mississippi? For oh God, what was his name? Edgar Ray Killen.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, in 2005, he was involved in I think it's where they put those boys in the earthen dam. The Freedom Riders. They killed them and put them in a dam and found their bodies. 3 or 4 weeks later, there was some white boys that came down here to register some blacks to vote, and they
Huh.
finally convicted him like 40 years later, 2005,
Wow.
and they said that like the first day the jury was deadlocked 6-6, and then they convicted him the next day. Like, I always wonder stuff like that. How do you get a conviction if a jury's originally deadlocked 6-6? I've never understood. All the cases I've watched, I see that stuff all the time. They said, that we was
Uh-huh.
deadlocked 7-5. I'm like, well, how did y'all get a guilty or not guilty verdict if y'all was deadlocked?
Yep. That's
My
some that's some that's some
my
massaging and I don't know, some people doing some talking.
my dad hung a federal jury in Montgomery one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got called for, or maybe it's Tuscaloosa. He got called to a federal jury, and there was this dude that was being charged with drug trafficking, and
Uh-huh.
um, he was then his three partners testified against him, and
Of
it was
course.
10-2 with my dad and somebody else voting not guilty. I said, well, what was your reasoning for voting not guilty? He said, well, he said he didn't do it. Those other three guys had pled guilty and snitched on him. He said, I don't know who was telling the truth, so I wasn't sending him to prison. He said that prosecutor was pissed. Said they were
That's how it
mad as
always works
hell.
though, man. Them drug dealers, man, they always gonna turn on each other.
Man, I got
They do.
arrested. I got arrested one time. I was going into Homewood over some guy, and cop follows me in there, and I seen him. He parks at the back of the apartment complex. So I wait, and he leaves, and about 20 minutes later, I leave, and then I come out of there, and he hits me with those blue lights, and jerks me out of the car and starts searching. I violate, Fourth Amendment automatically. He finds a $10 bag of pot, and they take me to jail. And then they call me down there with the chief narcotics officer, and he's like, "You want me to take care of this case?" Well, yeah, sure. He goes, "We know who bought it. We know what he drives. We know the apartment." I said, "Well, what do you need me for?" He goes, "We need you to make a wire and go make 3 buys from him." I said, "Man, you've lost your damn mind." So I told my attorney about it, and he said, "Oh, we're not taking this line down." Man, we had so many court hearings on that, and finally he came out and he said, "Look, here's the deal. Will you plead guilty to disorderly conduct and pay a $75 fine if they drop the drug charge?" I said, "Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, I better. Yeah, I better have that drug charge
yeah,
for sure.
for sure." I mean, yeah, I mean, $75 fine. Yeah, I took it, and
Yep.
I had a DUI one time, man, and
Uh-huh.
they stuck it to me, but I had like $5,000 in fines. Well, I've lost my job and missed a couple payments. Well, I got a letter saying that they was going to put out a warrant for my arrest. So I called my lawyer and he said, "Don't pay him another penny." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Only a judge can put out a warrant for your arrest." He said, "They sold your debt." That's when the sewer system was so bad. He said, "They sold your debt, and that's a collection agency." He said, "Don't pay another cent
Oh
on it."
wow.
Yep.
Wow.
But well, so what kind of security work you do, man? Like at a work
Yeah, so I
bar?
do yeah, I do security at a church, and also I do security with my dad got a company that's right north of here, Prattville,
Yeah,
and I do work with him as well. So we do
armed
like
or
different like
unarmed?
parties and things.
Are you armed when you're doing it?
When I do it with him, yes.
Yeah, I know there's some clubs in Birmingham. They have armed security guards. I seen somebody the other day was hiring. It just depends on which one you are, but uh, I think they're paying like $16 an hour though, man.
Yeah, yeah, they pay pretty decent.
But so what show you got next coming up, man? So we can get ready to watch that because like I said, I
Man,
love your shows, man.
I got nothing lined up right now. I got nothing lined up right now.
You know,
I did do a debate with a guy like last week, and I'm gonna bring him back on. We're gonna do some more topics. But other than that, I
I've
got a
tried.
couple local politicians that have told me that they gonna come on. So I'm gonna try to line
You
some
know,
up with them pretty soon.
I interviewed one of Montgomery's politicians. He was running for, I can't remember what his name is. It was Facebook friends, and I didn't even bother posting it because um, I didn't realize when the race was, but on. It was the next day. But and I think he finished third. But I asked him about the transgender stuff, man. Man, he gave me a 30-minute answer on transgender and how that cis women and trans women need to come together and come to an agreement on the bathroom stuff. And I was like, man, you're not gonna have that nobody sit down at the table together and have a come to Jesus meeting on this, okay? And he was
Yeah.
trying to explain it. He goes, "I hope I didn't." Okay. I said, "Look, I wouldn't have. I would have just gave it a whole different answer than you. But you say, whatever you want." He finished third though, but that's what I remember because you was talking to something and there was nothing going on, and I was trying to find somebody to do. But if you ever want to have some fun, man, get some libertarians. Oh,
Mm,
there was one guy I interviewed, and he said that he was going to let you interview him, but he vetted me and listened, my interviews with people, and he listened to yours, and he wasn't going to listen to you, wouldn't let you interview him because he ran as an openly gay man for Congress. And I said, yeah, that probably wasn't the right guy to go to go get an interview. He said, to go interview you with. He said, well, he said, yeah. He said, you gave me a fair shake. I said, well, I mean, I didn't. I'm thinking to myself, I didn't know you was gay until we was halfway through the damn interview, and and then you popped it on me. That happened to me in 2000 last time too. Andy Blaylock, who ran for mayor in was running for Congress up there in Mo's seat in North Alabama. Um,
mm.
I was interviewing him, and we're 30 minutes into the interview, and he starts talking about his partner, and I was like, "Huh?"
Wow. Yeah. See, but see, a lot of them guys, man, they know that's probably not the best thing to just put out there like that. So they'll kind of ease you into it. That's what I mean, the smart ones do that. The ones who just don't care, they're gonna just tell you up front, and
Maybe
then
that's
I
probably
mean, a lot,
yeah.
but it's Alabama, so you don't get turned off to it. If this was California, it'd be different. New York, be different. Alabama, you got to kind of keep that under wraps a little bit.
Did you know how shocking that is to be halfway through something like that and then get hit with
That's
that?
yeah, that's crazy,
I mean, I
man.
was like,
That's crazy.
I mean, I
I
was
don't know
like,
what I would say.
well, I didn't, I'm never, at a loss for, but I didn't know what to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's yeah,
I mean, what do I say to that? Well, good luck because you're not going to give it 3% of the vote.
yeah. I mean, that's it.
But like I said, this little guy's been cool. He sent me his first press release. He invited me to come cover him in Montgomery, but I said I'm not driving down there to cover this in Montgomery.
Huh?
But
What's he running for?
Congress in the second congressional district,
Congress. He's a white guy, or black guy.
white guy, Austin
Um,
Vigue. I mean, he's a nice little guy.
oh, the guy you told me about. Okay, okay. Yeah, I remember. I can't remember now. Yeah, Big U or something like that.
Yeah, so I can't know how to pronounce it, but that they don't know how this second congressional. Barry Moore may be out of a job.
Hmm.
I don't like him.
Barry Moore.
Yeah, I met him one time at Elmore County, and there was just something about him I did not like.
Huh. I never see. I never been around. I never been around any of these congressional people like that. I mean, I haven't been around like really too many people like that.
I can't stand him. I remember
Huh.
I was standing in there, and he came walking in, and Bradley Byrne came walking in, and there was two other ones that was running there, and Troy King came walking in, and Troy King's the only one that spoke to me. Bradley Byrne came in like he owned the damn place, and
Man.
I was not impressed with him or Barry Moore. Uh, and I wish I'm surprised Troy didn't win that race because even in 2010 and 2018 when he lost those races, he won
Yeah.
65% of the second congressional district vote
Wow.
and finished like fifth in this damn congressional seat. But he's got took over some kind of business now selling utility poles. He don't even practice law anymore.
Hmm.
But he's supposed to come back. I interviewed. He's one of the first people I interviewed, and he keeps promising me when he gets time, he's going to come back and do a interview with me on the Gabe Watson trial. Do you remember that?
No, you said Gabe Watson.
Gabe Watson. He was the honeymoon killer. It was back in like 2007, 2008. This guy
Hold on a
supposedly
second. Hold on a second. They went to Australia.
went to Australia,
They went diving.
deep deep sea diving.
Yep,
She
I remember
died.
that.
Something happened. Yeah.
Yep, I
So
know that
Troy.
case pretty well.
Okay, so I do too. So Troy, the first time I interviewed him, and we went through his whole career, and I didn't get to spend much time on him. But I said Gabe Watson, and he shook his head and said, "Yeah." I said, "When I look at Gabe Watson, I see an innocent man maliciously prosecuted." And I said, "Did you really think he was going to be able to get a jury of 12 people to convict him and give him the death penalty?" And
Hmm.
they dismissed. They hardly ever do this, but Luther Troy was at office and Luther Strange was prosecuting it. But when it went to when the prosecution rested, the defense asked them to dismiss the case for lack of evidence, and the judge dismissed it.
Oh wow.
And you hardly ever hear that. And man, Troy got caught up in so many things. Like, do you remember the sex toy thing that was going on back in 2010?
What was that?
It's the legislator made some kind of stupid law that you couldn't sell sex toys in Alabama, and he got stuck with it and had to enforce it. And there, so because I was asking him about that, he goes, I was trying to let all that go, and he said I didn't have a choice. I was having to prosecute people for for selling sex toys. And there was a shop up in Madison County, and there was this woman. She was holding up this big double-headed black dildo. It said, "From my cold dead hands."
I don't, I don't remember that. But see, I went in Alabama then. I was in college in 2010. So I was kind of like back and forth. So I really wasn't knowing too much of what was going on politically, at least.
Well, him and Riley wanted him to enforce these gambling laws the way he saw them.
Yeah,
Troy said, "I'm not doing that. That's legislating from the bench. I don't interpret it that way."
yeah.
They had a court case that went all the way to the Supreme Court that stripped Troy of his powers and gave it to Riley.
Ooh.
Well, they went at it all the time. Well, Riley had a lot of power, so he calls Troy to the office one day. Troy's sitting there and Riley's talking to him, and he goes, "How's your grand jury investigation going?" Troy said, I don't have a grand jury investigation going. He said, yeah, you do. And Troy said, no, I don't. He said, yeah, you do. He said, what? He said, who are you talking about, Governor? Who are they investigating? He said, the federal grand jury that's investigating you. Riley got him almost indicted.
Man, for what?
Oh, I forgot exactly what it was. I think he had to do that stuff with Milton McGregor and them at that time. But when they charged all those guys with gambling and all those
Yeah,
senators and stuff, and it was in
having
Greene
them illegal
County.
games and all that.
Yeah, and do you remember the star witness Scott Beeson?
I remember the name.
Okay, he's the star witness. Now this is a all black county, gonna have all black jury, and he is wearing a wire, and he refers to the black people as a bunch of aborigines, and they played that for the jury.
Oh my God.
I've been wanting to ask him for what was you think? What the fuck was you thinking?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
I
like,
almost
man,
think
you
he
got
did.
one job to do. Don't mess it up.
I almost think he did it on purpose
Yeah, that's crazy.
because you
Like
can't be that stupid to say something.
that's like going around to white people and saying honky or something or Neanderthal. Like what?
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
why would you do that?
honky cracker. Yeah, that really don't bother white people. Um, White people get. I think what really bothers white people is they really when they get accused of being racist and they really aren't. That's what really aggravates them because I've been
Yeah.
accused of it so many times. Like, man, that makes me so angry when somebody does that. But that's what really bothers. But honky and cracker, I don't know. Those kind of names just never bothered us.
Well, with black people and white people look at race different. So whereas I tell people this right here, white people don't really worry about race. Like race only comes into play when black people make it a big deal, which they do a lot. So that's when it comes into play. Black people are way more hyper focused on race than white people are. That's a fact.
I've
I
been told
I
that.
know because I grew up black family, black school. I've been in black people houses, countless. I know what they talk about. They talk about race more than anybody.
Really, like, is it everyday conversation? I mean,
Yes, yes.
let me ask you
I've
this:
heard them talk
do
about
they
white people
see?
like dogs.
I mean,
Yes.
do they see everything that's been done to them as racism?
Uh, not necessarily everything, but they see earlier you asked me that question about do people notice race or racism? Is that a big prominent thing now? Like it's not really in everyday life. Like people go to work and whatever. But anytime a white person gets something that a black person deems as they shouldn't have got it, and the black person should have got it, they automatically focus in on that racial dynamic. There's always the go-to. So when they get the short end of the stick, they're gonna focus on it for sure, guaranteed. Because or example is this. I was at a little league football game the other day, last weekend, matter of fact. We were in Wetumpka. All the referees are white. I mean, it is what it is. The team that I was there watching, most of them were black. They got like one white kid on the team. The referees were throwing flags on the white on our team. They didn't throw that. They threw one flag on the other team, the way Wetumpka. Why I don't know, but immediately there was a black woman right next to me. As a matter of fact, it was two, or three of them. They were the whole game. Y'all supposed to be throwing the flag on everybody. Don't just do that to us. Y'all cheating us. Automatically going to the racial dynamic. Like they were making it known that's what it was, right? I'm just like,
You know,
typical.
when I told you about my
This is
friend
typical.
that had the white guilt, when the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict got read, he was blasting Facebook. If this was a black man who did that, and blah blah. I said, look, did you follow any of this case? I mean, did you
Exactly.
I said, did you watch what happened in this case? I said, this was not a racially motivated case. I said, the media had this boy as a vigilante crossing state lines. They didn't tell you he lived 10 minutes away and he was, taking people water and somebody hit him with a skateboard and tried to take the gun away from him and
They
pointed a
were all
pistol at
white
him.
too.
And they were all white. They didn't tell you none of that. I mean, I'm surprised it took the jury that long to acquit him.
Yeah, that's a fact. And what's funny is that I brought this case right here up. When people brought up Kyle Rittenhouse talking about him, I said, "Oh, y'all telling me a black man can shoot somebody, he'll go to jail automatically?" Okay, explain this to me. The man in Florida that the cops came, SWAT team or something, came to his door, kicked the door in, came in there, he shot police. He shot him. They acquitted him for the crime because first of all, they hit the wrong house. So he was defending his house because who expected somebody to kick the door in? He did what he supposed to do. After the fact, he was apologetic because he didn't realize who they were. But he got off. Why? Because they hit the wrong house and he was defending his property. In the state of Florida, you can do that.
Yeah, the castle
And he's
law.
black. So I'm like, there's a direct person right there. What do you have to say about that? He
did an
shot
interview.
police. He didn't shoot a white man.
Well,
He shot police.
you remember Randy Weaver, don't you?
Who's that?
Randy Weaver. He was the guy that up there in Idaho that he killed like 4 ATF agents and um
Hmm.
uh he got acquitted of all that.
When was this?
Man, that was like the mid-90s. They had a raid up there and they shot his wife through the kitchen window holding his 2-year-old infant son. And so he fired back and he killed some ATF agents and so he had a very sympathetic jury, and he just got convicted of some weapon charges, but he got acquitted of the murders. But I've got one interview with my friend. He's a lawyer. He's a defense lawyer, and he does. We're supposed to start back doing some of these, but he did a legal analysis of that case of those three white dudes in Georgia that ran the black dude down and gunned him down.
Oh yeah, Ahmaud Arbery case.
Yeah. And, because it took them like almost 2 years before they brought those guys to trial, too. So
Yeah.
I was asking him, and it made a good point. They put the guy on the stand who killed him. I said, why are you putting him on the stand? He said, yeah, I've got an 11-1 jury that's white. He said, I'm trying to get the jury to relate to him. We go to school together. We work together. We go to church together. He said, I'm sorry, but it's a racial case. He said, it is what it is. I'm trying to get the white people to identify with him. If I can get one white person to identify with him, I've got a hung jury. I said, okay, that makes, like, I can see that right there because I never understood
Yeah.
why they put him on the stand. But I was afraid that they was going to get a hung jury. And I knew when I first heard the last thing about that third guy that got involved and, cut him off, I knew that was a stupid white person because there's no way a black dude would have got involved in something like that.
Yeah. But that case right there was weird because here's what's weird about it. The third guy was never even involved in anything. He was literally in his car, like 100 yards away. Like he had nothing to do with anything. He was just there.
I
He was
thought
just
he like
watching.
cut him off.
No, he didn't. No, the dude in the car, he never got
Mm-hmm.
his car. He never drove up to the truck or anything. He was back here watching everything in front of him.
But
He never did anything.
what were they thinking, man? I mean,
Um, the law, the law was on their side.
but
That's literally it. The law
call the police.
says the state of Georgia law says if you having a reasonable suspicion, it literally says reasonable suspicion that a felony is taking place, which that was a felony because it was burglary. That's a felony in Georgia.
Okay.
They say that you have the rights to a citizen's arrest. What does that mean? That means that you can, first of all, have a weapon on you. That's number one. You
So
can
you think they
track the
had a
person
legitimate
down.
defense?
You can hold them, detain them until police arrive. All legal.
You think they had a legitimate defense?
100% based on the law. Based on law. If people hated me for it,
yeah,
but the
yeah,
law
no.
is the law.
But you think they had
Personally, would I have done it? No.
right?
But the
But
law says you can
you
do
think they had
this
a
based on this right
okay?
here. They did everything within the law.
I didn't know that.
What happened was he grabbed the gun, and when he
Yeah,
grabbed the gun, they shot his hand first.
I
That's
remember that.
forensics. That's just what happened, right? You put your gun by the end of the shotgun, you're gonna get your hand hit.
Yeah.
Then he got hit again because he kept being aggressive. See, they want to ignore the fact that this
You
man
think
was
they should
somewhere
have
he
been
wasn't
acquitted?
supposed to be. He wasn't jogging. That was a lie. See, they do stuff like this. Every time it's a black
Do you
person,
think
they
do
lie and
you
make it
think he should
all.
have been?
They're always the innocent person. Every time.
Do you think do you think he should
Mike
have been acquitted?
Brown. Mike Brown robbed a liquor store,
Oh, I know, man. They
got
made that
stopped by
out
police,
today.
fought police, and got killed. And who's the victim? He's the victim. How is he the victim?
Yeah, I remember
Same
hands
thing
up.
with Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery had a rap sheet. He was at a house. He wasn't jogging. He was snooping around a house he shouldn't have been at. It wasn't his house. I have never been to somebody's house that's getting built or remodeled and just walked onto their property. It's not my property.
I didn't know this right here until you explained it. Okay, so let me ask you this right here. What about oh God, I can't remember his name now. The Trayvon Martin case. I mean, did uh
Yep.
I
Same
mean,
thing.
the way
Same
I
thing.
interpreted
So
the way I interpreted
legally,
that,
it's just the law.
he got on top of Zimmerman, and it sounded like he was beating Zimmerman's head in the
Yeah.
concrete.
Oh yeah, man. Zimmerman had lacerations, swole head, and everything.
That's what the interpretation of me was, and he shot him. Because
Yeah.
I mean, I would have acquitted Zimmerman on that.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. The law is the law. But see, the law is fine when all the black people get off on using the same law, the whole defense law. Black people get off on that all the time using that. Black people are the biggest recipient in the state of Florida with the standing ground law. Nobody talks about that. But when
Really?
Zimmerman gets the benefit of the doubt, all of a sudden it's racist.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
And I think Alabama has that law now.
Yeah. And black people probably use it as much as they do in Florida. But Florida, blacks are the #1 demographic that uses the standing ground law. And they use it to their defense. I mean, that's the law. You can do that.
Man, I've had to pull my weapon 3 times on somebody before, and I'm so glad I did not have to shoot that person, because I would hate to know that I killed somebody, even though I was in the right all 3 times.
Uh-huh.
But I'd hate to, I hope I don't ever have to take somebody's life. I mean, and
Yeah,
one of them
man,
was
that'd
in.
be a bad. Yeah, that's a worst case scenario. Like
I was
it's a worst case scenario, man.
I was
But
in a.
but that Ahmaud Arbery case, man, that was a big one, man. I did videos about that one too, back and people did
I'll
not
have
like
to
it.
look
But I'm
that
like,
up.
it is what it is. The law. Man, I did my research. I looked up the law. The law
Man,
says this.
I
It is
bet
what
you
it
guys
is.
took some hell over that, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. People they hated that, but hey, it's the truth. The truth is the truth.
I'm gonna
My
have to watch that one, man.
my personal feelings have nothing to do with the law. The law is the law.
Right. I've got to look that. I'm gonna have to watch that one then, because see, you're telling me stuff that I didn't know, and I'm all about being educated on stuff. I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. That was one of the most egregious cases that I've seen somebody get called guilty on. That was crazy. And
Really?
then like I said, the third guy, he wasn't even involved. He was in his vehicle. He never exited the vehicle. He never cut anybody off. That was them in the truck. The father and son were in the truck. They were the ones
Really?
that made contact with Ahmaud. The guy in the car is just there. He's in his car. It's like me. It's like me riding, tailgating you somewhere, right? And you go somewhere and you confront somebody, and I'm sitting in my
Yeah.
car with a camera running and I'm watching. How am I involved other than I'm watching? I'm a
I
spectator.
didn't know that. I thought,
Yeah, that dude got found guilty. I'm like, how is he get found guilty of what?
man. See, I thought. I mean, and again, that's my stupidity for not, just going by what the media says, because, I thought the guy cut him off.
Nah, man.
Really, man. I bet
Did
you
not
caught some
man,
hell over
that man
that.
did not have anything to do with. Now he threw them under the bus too. he threw the father and the son under the bus. But
Because
I mean, to his defense, the man did nothing. He was just there. He was in his vehicle
that's one day
watching.
what
He's watching what happened. And
The
then, like I said, the father and son legally they did with it what they can do within the parameters of the law. They didn't do anything against the law. The only time they shot came, see, people try to frame it as they were racist and they wanted to kill him. Think about this: you're in a truck,
yeah,
he's on foot. You mean to tell me you couldn't just run him over? Either one, run him over and keep going. Okay, he'd be dead, or you shoot him from the truck and keep going. Why did you jump off the truck? That makes no sense if you're gonna kill the guy.
that trial that they had him, um, I couldn't I couldn't believe it even got to court because it was 40 years later. And like I said, I'm not saying he's guilty, but the only thing they had on him was this thing called the kitchen sink tapes,
Mm-hmm.
and there was three voices, and they went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled them admissible, but they was arguing that was inadmissible at the time. But anyway, there was three voices on the tape, and you couldn't hear two of them. Two of them were inaudible, but you heard one voice say "make the bomb," and then a few minutes later you heard somebody say "plant the bomb," and then there was a mention of the big one, but you didn't know whose voice was saying that, and
Mm.
you couldn't hear the other conversation, so you didn't know the whole thing that was going on. And that was pretty much the only evidence. Because I remember Robin saying when the defense or prosecution arrested, he said, that's all they got. And I thought, man, I mean, this is a weak case they got against this guy. And
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I I guess it's and like I said, I'm not saying these guys are innocent or not, but it had been 40 years, and so many witnesses had died and was not there to testify anymore. And it was, I mean, they got the convictions on him, and like I said, he was probably guilty, but that case was paper thin weak. And
Mm.
I mean, I tried to get Cherry's attorney already died. His wife testified against him, and
Wow.
I could not believe what. Here's what the deal. I can't believe the defense didn't go after her hell for leather because she said that Cherry made the statement that he lit the fuse. Well, how long of a fuse was this? 12 hours? Because the bomb was supposedly planted at 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a fishing lure bomb that set it off. So and the defense let her get away with that, um,
Mm.
and did not question her. And he had Bill Baxley sent his investigators out to, and I forgot it was in 676, and they offered Cherry full immunity from prosecution to testify against Dynamite Bob, and Cherry refused it, and then got prosecuted 20 something years. I was like, man, why did you not take that?
Man.
And
Yeah, that's heavy right there.
he uh he they got prosecuted back to back, and like I said, he had full immunity. His Then what was I gonna say about his other wife? They think he was the one that made it because he had a bomb. He was an explosives guy in the Marines, and
Mm.
the other guy, Dynamite Bob, he's the one that just came across with all the, he came up with the dynamite all the time. They said he bombed so many churches. I mean, not like so many businesses and hotels in Birmingham, um, in the 50s and 60s. I mean, they called it Bombingham,
Yeah, that's wild.
but it took the church bombing, man, for them to finally open people's eyes up. Because when those four little girls got killed, that that
Yeah.
that and Dr. King said something about that too. He said, this finally woke up white America's eyes to see what was taking place. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was, I mean, four little girls. I mean, when you kill a kid, man, um, it's just something. I know a life's a life, but when a kid gets killed as opposed to an adult, there's just something different about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. So said you had children, right?
Yeah, I got two daughters.
You got two daughters. Okay. How old's
Mm-hmm.
your daughters?
My oldest one is 9, and my youngest one is 6.
Okay, I got two nieces. One is about 14 now, and the other's about 11. Um, but man, I haven't heard from kids in years. I don't even know. Well, they are. I don't have any family. I could be dead here 6 months, man. They wouldn't even know if I'm alive or what happened to me.
Oh man.
I'm serious, man. I got an uncle that I haven't talked to, and he lives a mile from me, and we hadn't talked in years. I got another uncle I hadn't talked to in years. I got an aunt that the only time I hear from her is when somebody dies. My sister, I never hear from her. So I got one person from high school from friend that calls me um, well 2 or 3 times a week, and other than that, man, should I be dead here for a month? Nobody know.
Man. I'm kind of like that with my family too, though. I don't have I don't talk to my brothers really at all. Like, say we same thing. Only way they'll figure something out with me is if like my mama told them or something.
So my
Um,
parents, my we kind of had a like a rough relationship. I mean, because my sister was the favorite by far. Now, don't get me wrong, my parents did for me, but
mhm.
for what they did for me compared to what they did for her was like night and day. I mean, like, well, my dad, he
Yeah.
bought me a nice car when I was 16. It was like 5 years old. I mean, nice car, Camaro. When my sister turned 16, she got a brand new Mustang GT.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh man.
yeah, that was the kind of stuff. So she was the favorite, and then she stole them blind. I mean, everything. I would have probably inherited $500,000, but she stole everything they had from them.
Wow.
So it took me a long time to get over that.
Wow. Where she live at?
She lives a couple miles down the road, man. My mother, and my father died within 4 months of each other, and
Man.
her husband died 2 months after that. My sister
Sheesh.
had never worked in her whole life. Yeah, she lost out in 6 months, and she had never worked her whole life. She had just sponged money and lived off people and stole money. And I remember sitting there at the funeral, and I kind of looked over, made a comment to somebody. I said, "Damn, talk about a three up, three down inning." Because she
Man.
just exhausted all monetary funds now.
Wow.
I mean, the stuff she did. I mean, she supposedly got right with the Lord and everything now, and you know, I've I've let all that hatred go because there's no sense in carrying that shit around.
Yep.
It's just going to eat you up inside, and you know, she's got custody back to where she can see her kids, which that's good. Um, but yeah, my mom and dad, man, dude, my dad's dad almost that death almost killed me. I mean, uh, I mourned hard over that one. My mom hurt me, but not as much, near as much as my dad did.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you, man, that pit bull, I loved him more than I loved anybody. I'm telling you, man, I didn't believe it, but I say it now that you can become more attached to a damn pet. I mean, I mean, I'll think about that every day for the rest of my life, man. I'll blame myself for
Yeah.
it.
Man. I mean, you gotta let that go, man. You gotta let that go.
Yeah,
You got some other dogs you gotta take care of now.
I mean, yeah, this one's gonna be a little. He's a little feisty. He's a sweet little dog, but that pit bull, he finally got tired of that pit bull, and started snapping back.
Uh-huh.
And he's gonna
That's
be
what
a
you gonna have to
big
do.
dog, man. He's gonna be a big dog. But see, I'm mad at the pit bull for doing this because I'm wanting to keep the dog sweet. I don't want no damn mean 130-pound Rottweiler, dude. That's
Yeah.
um, I don't want no mean dog. And Kane's not. I don't know why he's being such a bully, but I've had two pits now, and God, those they get such a bad name.
Yep. They do.
And
They really
hey,
do.
I got a question for you though. I hate to sound bad. Why are pits so popular with black folks?
Man, that's a good question. I think that I think they like the aggressiveness out of dogs, and then the way they look too. It's
Yeah.
really the look, because for some reason black people love like things that just look good, like cars with rims and jewelry and stuff. Like it's always like it's the image.
But
So the
pits
pit
aren't
bull gives off
aggressive
the
towards
image of
humans.
strength and power.
But humans, they are not aggressive at all towards humans.
It's my pitch.
Yeah, it's just other dogs they are aggressive towards.
Yeah, Yep.
And they have to have proper socialization. And if they don't get it, it's like the same thing with them rots, man. If they don't get proper socialization, they're going to turn mean.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's a weapon, man. I mean, these things are getting so much bigger now, and you got a 130-pound dog, you get on somebody.
Yeah, yeah, man. That's a lot. That's a grown man.
I mean, and that much power.
Yeah,
Um,
that's too much strength, man.
and this guy, I paid $1,000 for him. He said he was going to hit me back up in about 10 months and breed with this other dog he got. This dude paid $2,200 for his female, and he paid a guy $3,500 for his stud fee, and he still made $7,000 off a litter of puppies. Man, them things are going for out. I mean, I had one that was $500 when I was 15, and it was a champion bloodline. Now they're going for $4,000 each,
Yeah, that's crazy.
and I paid
But people
1,000 for
they
him.
pay good money for those dogs though. Those
I
pure
paid
blood dogs.
yeah, he let him go for 1,000 because he's just now started this line, and and he was 15 weeks. He got 1,500 for the other ones, and he's got all European bloodlines. He's got German, Siberian, and Romanian bloodlines in him. I think he had 3 champions that was in the bloodline. I mean, so
Mm-hmm.
he's got a great bloodline. Supposedly the Europeans are a lot better than the Americans anyway,
Hmm.
because the Americans did a lot of crossbreeding, and when they
Yep.
started
Yep.
crossbreeding,
That makes sense.
it messed the genes up. But
Yep.
he's beautiful. But damn man, I'm sorry for keeping you so late. This is 1:30 in the morning. Um,
Pretty good, man. Well, man, I enjoyed it, man. 100%.
yeah. We'll have to
We
talk
have to get
again
this. We have to
sometime.
do it again, man.
Oh, for sure. And I enjoy that. Because race talking about race stuff. That's one thing that I've always enjoyed talking about. That some people are shy away from it, but I've just always found it a interesting conversation that I thought people needed to talk about. And
Yep.
it's and people, without people getting mad, some people get mad about it, man. Because like I had been in a couple of Civil War groups, and man, I mean, it's that shit gets on. You know, you got people in there that thinks that that the war had nothing to do with ever slavery, and I was like, look, man, they was worth $22 trillion to the Southern economy. You're goddamn right. They wasn't letting that go without a fight. Okay, there was no way that was going to take place with
Yep.
just letting me giving up $22 trillion. It just wasn't happening. Okay, I promise you.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
it is
right.
what it is. I mean, I hated that happened, but
Yep.
they
Hey,
just what.
reality is reality.
Yeah, I mean, uh, and they've had a big argument the other day because they was arguing about this guy that was the second largest slave owner, and talk about going from top to bottom to back, was the second largest slave owner in South Carolina at the outbreak of the Civil War was a former slave. And then
Yep.
then he lost all his slaves and he had nothing, man. That had to be hard to going back down like that. But yeah, but all right, so how'd you get the nickname the Captain, man?
Oh, that came from so my name is Ellis. And when I was growing up, everybody used to call me L or E or all kind of stuff, right? So I had a nickname. Uh, my friends call me El Nino. So
Yeah,
then, one friend called me one day. We were talking. We were just just BSing around, and my friend was like, "Man, you the El Capitan." So El Capitan kind of stuck. So the captain. So that's
okay.
where that
Well,
came from.
I'm glad that God, I can't think of her name now. Said that we needed to be Facebook friends. I interviewed her a couple of years ago in that group, Keep Alabama Open.
Yeah, up to my Beth.
Yeah, yeah, I interviewed her. Um, yeah, she's pretty cool. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I like Beth. I like that group. I used to be in some of the Bama carry groups, but they're a little weird. Um, did you see that one I did with that lady in Talladega?
Yes, to my Jada.
Yes,
Yep. Oh yeah, I
yes,
saw that. Yep.
yeah. I got to get back in touch with her and find out because she's find out how that's went out because Man, that just that pissed me off. Them two, her like that.
Yeah, I saw her. She came down here to Montgomery. Matter of fact, we were at the same event together, Republican event, and I talked to her, and she was telling me that they didn't want to follow up with her.
Well, Chris Horn, who I interviewed him, he supposedly went and was supposed to take care of it, and then he said he would have a story for me to counter that. Well, when we talked, he didn't. And
Hmm.
I called everybody that she had, and what was that woman's name? I can't remember what her name was, but when I asked her about that, she goes, "Well, there's racism everywhere." I was like, "That's your response?"
Ooh wee, man.
Sandra
I called a
Epperson.
couple of people and they ain't answer the phone.
Oh, I told him I would call him. She gave me
And,
the number. I'm not afraid to call people. I'll call these
and
people.
then one of them, I left them a voicemail. And then when I called back again, it went straight to voicemail. Like it went straight to voice. It didn't even ring. So I think they now that they knew what I think they kind of knew what I wanted. So then, because I
Oh,
ain't tell
see,
them what I
that's
wanted, I
right.
just said, "Hey, I'm in Montgomery County. I want to ask questions about Talladega County. How you guys do? I just want to. I had some questions for you." And I
Yeah,
guess they kind of like spooked out or whatever, and they blocked me a number because it wouldn't even ring.
yeah. Because I remember telling you that we talked about interviewing her. I called John Wall about 15 times, and he would not answer his phone. I'm like, look, you're the chairman of the party, and you chicken shit bastard. At least answer the phone.
Man, them folks, they don't want to deal with that.
No,
They
I mean,
wanted to let that stuff go.
and when somebody starts asking questions like that, they ain't want to answer any of them. But
That's
I'm
right.
fixing to go back here. I'm fixing to write up a good hit piece on Yellowhammer News because I cuss them out and see if I can get enough people to start reading that because you know they pissed me off. But at least it makes me feel good because I got the bastards worried about something, man. If they're talking about me like this, then I've struck a nerve.
Yep, you winning.
Well, all right, Captain, I'm gonna put this on YouTube and let's talk again sometime, man.
All right, for sure, man. I appreciate you.
All right, brother.
All right now.